Hislop College, Nagpur. People's College, Nanded, which was established in 1950 by Reverend Swami Ramananda Tirth, a highly karma yogi ascetic and spearhead of the Hyderabad liberation movement. The college, the oldest in Marathwada, is known for its unique identity as an institute based on a sound moral footing, social commitment, highly qualified and dedicated faculty, rich library, quality research work, extension, co-curricular, extracurricular, and extension activities, so on and so forth. The college believes in the philosophy of karma and the power of knowledge. Karmache dole jnan te nirdosh hoave. That is, knowledge as the basis of karma should be unbiased is the main motto of this esteemed higher education institute in Maharashtra. The college spread over 85 acres of land in the heart of the city Nanded with two disciplines, arts and commerce, offering education to over 3,000 students per year. The college is a recognized PG center affiliated to Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. In addition to it, the college enjoys the status of college with potential for excellence, which is granted by University Grants Commission. Dear friends, this is a very important year and special in general, and this day is very important to be more particular for this higher education institute for learning. It is celebrating 71st Foundation Day, and on this occasion, we are going to organize this national webinar. University Grants Commission has recently brought out a draft notification on 20 May 2021 on the blended mode of teaching and learning. As per the draft document, it recommends that 30% of courses would be online initially, with the aim to eventually make it 70% in the forthcoming days. So this document, which is in the public domain for feedback, claims that the move seeks to liberate students, that the present teaching and learning is top-down, teacher-centric, one size fits all, and ignores the diversity of students. A blended mode of teaching and learning approach would provide students autonomy, instill a disposition of self-advocacy, promote student ownership, and enable them to learn at their own pace. Faculty would become coaches and mentors, guide and mentors, whereas now they are merely knowledge providers. So in line of this concept note published by the University Grants Commission, today we are going to discuss the plus and minus, the positive and negative side of this new mode of teaching and learning, which is introduced by University Grants Commission recently. On this occasion, I heartily welcome to all the participants who have connected through Zoom and YouTube Live for hearing the deliberation of this esteemed and the enlightened speakers on this occasion. Initially, I request our Honorable Principal of the College, respected Dr. Rao Saheb Jadhav sir, who is the member of Academic Council of Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, will deliver a short address as a president of this one-day online webinar on blended mode of teaching and learning. Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Dr. Uddhav Bhosle sir, was the inaugurator of this function, but due to some unavoidable work, he sent a few words of best wishes on this occasion, and specifically for the celebration of the 71st foundation day of this esteemed institute in Marathwada. So I request Honorable Principal of our college, Dr. Rao Sahib Jadhav sir, to share his views on this auspicious occasion. Honorable Rao Sahib Jadhav sir.
हेलो, आवाज आ रही है सर? हाँ, नांदेड़ एजुकेशन सोसाइटी के 71वें फाउंडेशन डे के शुभ अवसर पर IQAC पीपल्स कॉलेज नांदेड़ महाराष्ट्र द्वारा आयोजित एक दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार का विषय है अंडरस्टैंडिंग UGC's ब्लेंडेड मोड ऑफ टीचिंग एंड लर्निंग। इस कार्यक्रम के लिए उद्घाटक के रूप में उपस्थित होने वाले माननीय डॉक्टर उद्धव भोसले जी कुछ जरूरी कारणवश इस सेमिनार में आज उपस्थित नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, लेकिन उनका मैसेज आ चुका है। मैं महाविद्यालय की ओर से उनका स्वागत करता हूं। प्रमुख वक्ता के रूप में डॉक्टर नगेंद्र कुमार, प्रोफेसर ऑफ इंग्लिश, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटीज एंड सोशल साइंसेस, IIT रुड़की उत्तराखंड का मैं महाविद्यालय की ओर से स्वागत करता हूं। दूसरे वक्ता के रूप में माननीय डॉक्टर दिव्या सेनन, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ केरला तिरुवनंतपुरम, इनका भी महाविद्यालय की ओर से स्वागत है। तीसरे वक्ता माननीय डॉक्टर प्रांतिक बैनर्जी, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर ऑफ इंडिया, हिस्लॉप कॉलेज नागपुर, इनका भी मैं स्वागत करता हूं। महाविद्यालय के उप प्राचार्य BD कोम्पलवार, दूसरे उप प्राचार्य डॉक्टर अशोक सिद्धेवाड़, IQAC समन्वयक डॉक्टर सचिन पवार, संयोजक डॉक्टर DN मोरे, उपस्थित अध्यापक एवं छात्र छात्राएं। नांदेड़ एजुकेशन सोसाइटी के पीपल्स कॉलेज की स्थापना को आज 71 वर्ष पूरे हो रहे हैं। इस कॉलेज की स्थापना भूतपूर्व सांसद स्वामी रामानंद तीर्थ जी ने की है। एक सन्यासी वृत्ति के होने के बावजूद भी स्वामी जी ने शिक्षा को अत्यंत महत्व दिया और 26 जून 1950 को महाविद्यालय की नींव डाली। उनके साथ स्वतंत्र सेनानी गोविंद भाई जी श्रॉफ संस्था के अध्यक्ष बने और उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में संस्था एवं महाविद्यालय का विकास हुआ। पहले प्राचार्य के रूप में डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र बारलिंगे, जो तत्वज्ञान विषय के ज्ञाता थे। इस प्रकार प्राचार्यों ने पीपल्स महाविद्यालय को एक नेतृत्व देने का काम किया है, महाविद्यालय को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। इस महाविद्यालय की यह विशेषता है कि चार दीवारी के बाहर भी विद्यार्थियों को संस्कारित कर उन्हें समाज में मजबूती के साथ खड़े रहने की ताकत इस महाविद्यालय द्वारा दी जाती रही है। नए नए उपक्रम हम हमेशा विद्यार्थियों के लिए लेते रहे हैं, विद्यार्थियों को उनमें सम्मिलित करते रहे हैं। कॉलेज की विशेषता है कि अलग अलग और करंट इश्यू पर कोई कार्यक्रम ले। फिर लगभग कोरोना पैंडेमिक के 1.5 वर्ष के अवधि में हमने कई वेबिनार का आयोजन किया और उन वेबिनारों में इस महाविद्यालय ने शिक्षाविद, शिक्षा क्षेत्र से जुड़े अनेक महनीय व्यक्तियों को आमंत्रित किया और सिर्फ आमंत्रित नहीं किया बल्कि उनके जो विचार है वो विचार हम जन सामान्य तक, विद्यार्थियों तक पहुंचाने का काम इस महाविद्यालय ने किया है, जिसमें शिक्षाविदों में कुलपति डॉक्टर नरेंद्र जाधव पुणे, डॉक्टर पंडित विद्यासागर पुणे, डॉक्टर भालचंद्र मुनगेकर मुंबई, डॉक्टर जनार्दन कुमारे लातूर आदि ने हमें समय समय पर शिक्षा को लेकर हमारे विद्यार्थियों को प्रेरित करने का प्रयत्न किया और वर्तमान स्थिति है शिक्षा को लेकर वो स्थिति से इन विद्यार्थियों को लाभान्वित करने का प्रयत्न उन्होंने किया है। इनमें संघर्षशील नेतृत्व के व्यक्तित्व के कारण एक कार्यक्रम हमने ऐसा भी लिया है कि पीपल्स कॉलेज में मी ऐसा घड मैं ऐसा बना, इसमें संघर्षशील व्यक्तित्व या संघर्षशील व्यक्ति इनके इनके अपनी जुबानी, अपनी कहानी हमने विद्यार्थियों के लिए इस तरह का कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया, जिसमें बहुत से विद्यार्थियों ने उसका लाभ लिया, विद्यार्थी प्रेरित हुए, जिससे विद्यार्थियों को आगे अपने भविष्य में क्या करना है उसकी प्रेरणा भी उससे मिली। कहने का तात्पर्य कि यह महाविद्यालय विद्यार्थियों को एक चिंतन कर आगे बढ़ता है, तो आगे बढ़ने के लिए सदैव वक्तव्य रहेगा। मैं आपका कितने अधिक समय न लेते हुए इस सेमिनार में जो हमारे महाविद्यालय को लाभान्वित करने वाले, छात्रों को लाभान्वित करने वाले जो प्रमुख 3 अतिथि है, उनका पुनः महाविद्यालय की ओर से मैं स्वागत करता हूं और उनके प्रति आभार भी व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने हमें समय दिया और बहुत ही कम समय में मोरे सर ने उन्हें कांटेक्ट करके उन्होंने हाँ भर दी और तुरंत इस वेबिनार का आयोजन हो सका। इसलिए मैं उनका शुक्रगुजार और मैं अधिक न बोलते हुए यहाँ पर मेरे 2 शब्द को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your few words on this auspicious occasion. Dear participants, now we are moving to a very important session in which Professor Nagendra Kumar sir will share his views. Before that, I will introduce Professor Nagendra Kumar sir to all participants in short, because a person who is working hard day and night for the development of education in general and higher education in particular in a highly esteemed institute like Indian Institute of Technology, there is no need to introduce him. Actually, his contribution for the development of the institute as well as higher education is very enormous, is very noteworthy. Professor Nagendra Kumar is recently a professor of English in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, Uttarakhand in India. He specializes in English language, literature and communication studies. He earned his PhD in 1998 on the fiction of Bharati Mukherjee. Besides publishing a widely reviewed book, articles in journals, reviews, he has published nearly 100 research papers in reputed national and international level journals, conference proceedings, and edited volumes of books. Dr. Nagendra Kumar sir has delivered invited lectures and plenary talks in dozens of faculty development programs around the country, besides presenting research papers in international conferences abroad, such as in Denmark, Austria, Oman, Canada, Singapore, Switzerland, Poland, and Czech Republic. Dr. Nagendra Kumar sir has successfully conducted around 10 AICTE-sponsored short-term courses and workshops on various aspects of teaching, learning, evaluation, and pedagogical practices, soft skills, communication skills, and cultural identity. He has been the recipient of Outstanding Teacher Award of Indian Institute of Roorkee for the year 2015. Dr. Nagendra Kumar works in different capacities for the development of Indian Institute of Technology IIT Roorkee, especially in policy making. He was the Senate member, he was the member of Academic Council, and he served as a member of the Board of Studies of various higher education institutes as such. Dr. Nagendra Kumar sir has also become the executive member of the faculty forum at IIT Roorkee. He was also the recipient of various awards. In 2015, as I earlier mentioned, he was the recipient of Outstanding Teacher Award given by IIT Roorkee. In 2006, he was a fellow of Salzburg Seminar Session 434, Telling of Lives, Biography as a Mirror on Society, which is taken place in Austria. In 1996, he was given Teachers Research Grant, American Studies Research Center at Hyderabad. He was also given a research scholarship by Banaras Hindu University. In 1992 to 1994, he was also allocated a Government of India Merit Scholarship. And in 1992, Banaras Hindu University prize for securing first rank in English at BA honors level has been allocated to Professor Nagendra Kumar sir. So, dear participants, so this big personality and esteemed member of this higher education, and especially Indian Institute of Roorkee, is with us. And we are very happy that Nagendra Kumar sir's expertise, especially in technological process, technology assisted teaching, learning and evaluation process will definitely give us a benefit for understanding the concept of blended mode of teaching and learning. At the same time, Dr. Divya Senan Madam, who is a recipient of Best Teacher Educator National Award 2019 by the National Council for Teacher Education, MHRD, Government of India, a recipient of prestigious Fulbright Nehru Postdoctoral Fellowship and UGC Raman Postdoctoral Fellowship for Indian Scholars in United States of America, is also with us. And that is why, my dear participants, I will not take much more time for giving a detailed introduction of these esteemed scholars in higher education. I sincerely invite Professor Dr. Nagendra Kumar sir to deliberate his views on blended mode of teaching and learning, challenges and opportunities on this auspicious occasion of the one-day national webinar on UGC's blended mode of teaching and learning. Respected Dr. Nagendra Kumar sir.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm highly obliged to Dr. D.N. More for such a generous, extended introduction. My simple introduction is that I'm a teacher like all of you. And in my own humble way, I have been trying to contribute something which might help our profession and the people in general. So all the contributions come that way because, you know, we always try to contribute in whatever way we can to the institution we are associated with. And not only that, as teachers, we have to transcend these narrow confines, and we have to try every bit to help humanity at large to grow and to lead a good life. My hearty congratulations to People's College Nanded for their illustrious services for 70 years, and they are celebrating their 71st Foundation Day. That's certainly a matter of pride, and so my hearty congratulations to them. Esteemed Vice Chancellor Professor Bhosle, who could not join us, but still I know that such programs need the blessings of the head of the institution. The respected organizing secretary and principal of People's College Nanded, Dr. R.M. Jadhav, vice principals Dr. B.D. Kompalwar and Dr. A.N. Sidhewat, and coordinator of internal quality assurance cell of People's College Nanded, Dr. S.P. Pawar, and the convener of this one-day workshop, Dr. D.N. More, and the committee members of the coordination committee, and all the esteemed colleagues who have joined us on this auspicious, important occasion when we are going to deliberate on a very, very important document which has been shared with us recently by the apex body of education in India, the University Grants Commission. When Dr. More approached me a week back, I was in a fix how to talk about it because our institution is not governed by University Grants Commission. And pardon me, because of that reason, we don't really very seriously look at the UGC recommendations. But I understand that without UGC, higher education in India cannot be imagined. And obviously, whatever decisions are taken at the apex level, they are well thought out and they involve all the top brains of the country. And one of the things that I have realized working in a technical institution for the last 20 years is that the technical institutions have always been the front runners. So whatever we have been talking about right now in our universities and colleges, in fact, these things have already been practiced in these higher institutes of technical education in India. And that is also another reason for us to be complacent a little bit. Yes, what I feel is, there are two ways to look at the challenges or problems that we face. One is, making excuses and hiding behind the cover, justifying doing nothing on the pretext of, limitations of opportunities and limitations posed by the problems like pandemic and all. Another way to look at it is that it's a unique opportunity for us to explore the alternative means and ways so that we can, empower ourselves to survive even the limitations posed by such pandemic or such, adverse situations. Well, what happens, this is a common human nature. Unless and until we are pushed to the brink of breaking, we don't show enough resilience. We don't show enough effort. That is the reason why, for years we have been talking about integrating technology in our classrooms. And we have been doing also, but then our pace has always been very, very slow. And we have been in our own comfort zones. Now, as I said that every challenge is an opportunity. And if we are positive, if we are optimistic, we will always be ready to take challenges and convert them into opportunities. So what happened, for years we had been told that the future of education is with technology and we must integrate all the upcoming technologies in our teaching learning process. But despite that, we had a certain kind of reluctance. And to say the least, we were going at our own pace. But suddenly, the outbreak of pandemic last year forced us to maximize our efforts because we were not left with any choice. So as I was saying, that unless we are pushed to the brinks, we are not awakened. So it was a waking call or wake-up call for all of us. And in that way, despite all its adverse effects, we can still think about so many positives that have taken place because of this outbreak of pandemic. More than 1 year facing this situation, I believe most of us have maximized the integration of technology in our teaching and learning process, because without technology, we could not have been able to save our sessions, to continue. So that is the reason why, this concept note by University Grants Commission is so timely and so important. Well, they have been talking about a mode of learning which combines the best practices of traditional teaching and the upcoming technological aids and technological advancements that have made this teaching learning process more effective and more accessible. When we look at this, blended teaching is nothing. I mean, there are several names to this. It is a kind of hybrid teaching. Hybrid teaching, as I said, blending what? It blends the best practices of traditional brick and mortar classroom and the best of educational technologies in the class. Well, as I said, that we were living in our own comfort zones. If I sound a little sarcastic, we were living in the fool's paradise, believing that, whatever we are doing is enough and there is no need to change, while the entire Western world had already changed. They had realized the potential and power of technology in the classroom. We always wondered to know that university in US has over 1 lakh students, and we wondered how could they manage it in their classrooms, or what kind of campus, what kind of massive buildings they may be having to accommodate such huge enrollments. But what we could not see is that, they are not teaching everybody in their classroom. The classrooms are only meant for 10% of the total enrollment, while the 90% are connected through technology. Even in our country also, traditionally, we have already launched our distance education learning programs. And one of the wonders of our higher education learning, if I say, is open schooling and open universities. And these open universities, you can go and find the data. You will find that they have thousands of people enrolled for their degrees. And they have been giving thousands of degrees every year. And these people don't have to go to regular classrooms. So they are being delivered the contents at their doorsteps, and they are going at their own pace, in their own space, at their own comfort. And they are submitting their assignments, and that way they are fulfilling all the requirements of their degree, and they are getting their degrees. Well, if we talk about blended mode of learning, and this is taught it to be the next big thing in Indian education industry, which is going to transform the education in India. And we have seen that we had been doing that, but as I said, we were doing it at our own pace. And we were making use of technology, but limited use of technology. But what we realized last year is that the traditional classroom teaching is no longer possible. And that is why the only alternative presented to us, or we are left with, is technological or online classroom, nothing else. If I talk about my own experience of more than 1 year, and we have been conducting our last 3 semesters online, I can tell you for sure that I have found this online teaching both exciting, exhilarating, and at the same time limiting. So it has its pros and cons, and we'll be talking about them certainly. When I was talking to Dr. More also said, sir, last year I attended one program in which you had talked about this, and I would like you to talk about this again, because you talked about the immense potential that this online teaching learning process has, but at the same time, you also categorically underlined all those limitations within which we have to work. And yes, based on my own experience, I can very much tell you that these limitations are there. And that's why the best way we can march ahead is by blending the virtues of the two modes of teaching, online and offline. So one of the modes is never complete and never so effective as blending the two modes, and that's why this blended learning. If you look at the new education policy, you will find that the government has made provisions for getting in and out of a program, for continuing your degrees at your own pace. And this is nothing new. If you look at the Western world, you find that up to 12th, their education is covered under the Social Security, and the government provides for that. But above that, the higher education is so costly that 80–90% of their population drops out after high school because they cannot afford. And unlike our own family system, their social security system is different in the sense the parents don't support their children to that extent as the Indian parents do. So what happens immediately after taking their 12th degree, most of the children, if they want to pursue their higher education, they have to work and earn and support themselves. So getting higher education for most of these people is a part-time business, not a full-time business. They cannot afford to join the campuses and continue attending regular classes. So they enroll themselves as remote students and continue their education through the sophisticated means of technology. And the content is delivered to them using this modern day technology, and at their own pace, they go through it, complete their requirements, and get their degrees and gain the important knowledge that is required of them to further their career in their lives, professional lives. So we are also heading towards that. Ours is a huge country with huge population. And fortunately for us, we have a sizable population of youth in this country. And if at all our country wants to progress, all these people have to be educated. And not only educated, the education has to be directed towards making it more practical, more job-oriented, more vocational. So if you look at the recommendations of our new education policy, you will find that it advocates such a flexible system in which the students, and not only students, the professionals, the working professionals also can work and learn at the same time. Fine. So you will find that there is assurance for flexibility and quality. Okay, and this is one of the recommendations of our concept note of UGC on blended learning, that it provides liberty to the learners to pick their teachers and their timings. And how do they do that? They do that because, we have all sorts of online platforms. You can talk about NPTEL, you can talk about ePathshala, you can talk about Swayam, and many such platforms where you will find that the lectures by the top educators of the country are available in public domain, and you can easily access them and learn from them. Fine. So first of the things that the blended learning concept note proposes is the flexibility and quality. And it provides full liberty to the learners to pick their teachers and timings. And the second thing is that it provides liberty to the educators to frame their courses. So you can come up with all sorts of courses that you find are relevant to your learners, and that can certainly help your learners, learn the skills and knowledge that is required of them in the discharge of their professional duties. So keeping in mind the needs and interests of your learners, you can frame your courses. The third thing is that it has also given you liberty to design your degrees. So there is no, hard and fast conservative rule regarding, granting the degree to your students. Now you can look at the need of the students. The students can choose, they can switch over, they can start in English, they can move to sociology, they can take a degree in philosophy. So that kind of flexibility has also been given, that one can design one's degree. The second thing is study through any mode. This kind of liberty is also given. So you can study through online mode. You can also join the offline classes. So you can combine the both. So this kind of flexibility, which comes very close to our real world, is also one of the propositions. And then learning or exams on demand. Now we are doing away with our annual and half-yearly or semester exams, and we are giving liberty to our learners to let us know when they are prepared to give their exams, and whenever they are prepared, they can choose. We can already see that IIT, CBSE, I'm sorry, JEE Mains. JEE Mains was conducted once a year, every year till last year. And then JEE Advanced was conducted by IITs for the top 2 lakh qualifiers of JEE Mains to admit them in different IITs and triple IITs. What has happened, already government has introduced flexibility for JEE Mains students, and now it is being conducted 4 times a year. And the students have liberty to sit as many times as they wish. They can avail all the 4 chances, and they can better their ranks, or they can, choose one of these, JEE Mains exams whenever they feel that they are prepared to do so. So this is one thing that we have seen in this concept note, Now, they have mentioned something called ABC building blocks. And it is so graphically presented in the concept note. And this ABC building block gives us a lot of liberty in terms of creating an academic bank of credit. So whatever studies you are doing, and for some reason if you are discontinuing it between, you can still put it in your academic bank of credit. So supposing somebody joins first year of BA, and after first year he or she has to leave owing to certain difficult circumstances in life, that 1 year study will not be lost forever. It will be deposited in academic bank of credit, and whenever they want or they are in a position to continue, they will join straight away in the second year, and they can claim the credit from their academic bank of credit. So this kind of flexibility is there. They can look at any subject combinations. That is also possible now. Earlier, we had a very rigid system. In colleges, we have already made certain combinations that if somebody is going for an English honors as subsidiary subjects, either they can have history and political science, or sociology and psychology, or philosophy and history of art, and so on and so forth. But now they say that you can have any combination of subjects, and you can also merge regular, distance, online, and virtual modes. So this is another, flexibility that has been provided to us. What has happened traditionally, we have believed that somebody who has been attending courses regularly in the regular class is superior and better qualified than somebody who has obtained his or her degree by remote learning methods like distance education or online education. Now, they say that no, there is no difference, and they are providing you this liberty that given your circumstances, you can frequently change from regular to online to distance mode, and so on and so forth, vice versa. So this is not a closed door for anybody. So this is another this thing. And you can study in any national or international institutions. So you have flexibility in terms of selection of your educational institution. And then also, this is supposed to be an enabler of lifelong learning process. Mind it. We have traditionally thought that a certain age is suitable for learning, and beyond that age, you are past your prime and the learning ends. And that is because we have always associated our, this degree programs as time bound. We have always believed that, our degree programs are settled and fixed, and we cannot change them. Although in life, we have always believed in one philosophy that one learns till the last breath of one's life. But in practice, as an organized educational system, we have never recognized that. So now the government has realized that, and the answer is this blended mode of learning. And this blended mode of learning has given a lot of liberty, both in terms of content and mode of delivery, to both the learners and the learned or the teachers. But there are certain, limitations, and there are real challenges ahead. So with that in mind, I'll be talking about online teaching and all its pros and cons. And let us try to understand how we can overcome them. So I'll not be talking about just the challenges. I'll also be talking about the opportunities, and I'll also be deliberating along with you how we can overcome the challenges and what are the things that we can do. And right at the outset, I can mention and laud the efforts made by people like More Saab, Jadhav Saab, and all the organizers of this program, that such programs only will help us understand it better and will channelize our energy and attention in the right direction, which will ultimately lead to a better tomorrow. Fine. As human beings, let me again tell you, I always talk from the vantage point of my own limited understanding of life and experiences as educator. I don't claim to be, somebody who knows everything, but yes, I'm a very sensitive human being and a very, very observing teacher. And since this was my first love, I had also qualified civil services, but then I chose to be a teacher. I had gone up to mains exam, but then half-heartedly, the parents pressurized me to join IAS, but then I had my love for teaching. So I chose this profession, and I don't regret that. Because right in the beginning, I had understood Swadese Pujyate Raja Vidwanam Sarvatra Pujyate. So I'm not confined to a district which has been under my or commissary or state at the most. I'm an educator and I'm connected to people around the world in time and space. So I have every reason to believe that I have chosen a right profession. So, so I always look at this whole process very closely and try to understand. And there is nothing unique about my experiences because as human beings, these are more or less our natural instinctive responses to any new situation. We always have an attitude of fight or flight. So, till we are second to the core, we never try to come out of our comfort zones and complacencies. So, you see, any introduction of new technology, any change recommended by the authorities in our teaching plan or teaching pedagogy, or any instructions received from institutions like UGC, AICTE, or Ministry of Higher Education to transform our classrooms and our institutions, first of all, is registered. And why it is registered? Because we all have our own apprehensions. And these apprehensions come out of our own, thinking of being in our respective comfort zones. We don't want to learn new things. We don't want to put ourselves in any position of uncertainty. And that is the reason our first thoughts are always, detesting it and questioning it. So immediately all of you may be thinking, "Arey yaar, ye blended learning kahan se aa gaya? ये blended teaching अब ये क्या बला है, क्या सीखना है? इतनी पढ़ाई करके PhD किया, सब कुछ किया, और ये अब अचानक 20 साल, 25 साल, 30 साल पढ़ाने के बाद अब ये एकदम से blended mode of teaching की बात आ गई, ये क्या है?" So this kind of reaction is nothing new. ऐसा नेचुरल है हमारी लाइफ में, जब कभी भी कुछ चेंजेस होते हैं. आपने रियलाइज किया होगा कि जिस कमरे में आप रहते हैं, अगर आपकी एब्सेंस में आपकी स्टडी टेबल को एक कॉर्नर से दूसरे कॉर्नर में अगर आपकी पत्नी ने खिसका दिया हो और शाम को जब आप वापस अपने घर जाते हैं और बैग रखने की कोशिश करते हैं तो आपको बहुत अटपटा लगता है और फिर आप झुंझला जाते हैं, अरे यहाँ पे मेरा टेबल हुआ करता था, कहाँ है, किसने हटाया, क्यों हटाया। और कुछ दिन आपको लग जाता है यूज टू होने में, और बाद में आप रियलाइज करते हैं कि आपकी पत्नी श्री ने आपका बहुत भला किया है, क्योंकि उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से उसको आपके कमरे के उस कोने में शिफ्ट किया है जहां आपको और ज्यादा स्पेस आपके कमरे में मिल गई। तो this is exactly the same thing which has happened with us with this concept note. Instantly we are rebellious and we are rebutting it, we are repelling it because we think that this is something which is being imposed out of blue on all of us, and now we may be required to reorient ourselves. Minded friends, this is something like, all our apprehensions regarding the COVID vaccine. So initially we had a lot of questions. And so in the initial phases, we saw that a vaccine so meticulously developed after, lakhs and lakhs of researchers around the world gathered together, worked day and night to bring us out of this pandemic. Initially, that was wasted as well. And that was wasted because we had a lot of apprehensions about its efficacy, and we were more concerned about its side effects. And we still are. But then if you look at the situation in urban areas where people are already educated, there is shortage of vaccine. But if you go to villages where people are not that educated, still the vaccine is being wasted because there are no takers. Fine. So as educators, I want you to be like urban population, not like rural population. I don't want you to resist and reverse this blended mode of teaching simply because you cannot understand it at the outset. Once you start accepting it, you will realize that like the vaccine, COVID vaccine, this is life-saving rather than life-threatening, okay? So that's why this is so important. On this positive note, let me share my presentation and discuss. Can you enable my screen sharing? Gada Pawarji, the host or co-host, DN More Saab?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, please do. You can enable it, then I can share. I hope I am audible. I am making sense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
कुछ ऐसी बात तो नहीं कर रहे हैं जो हम लोगों के काम की नहीं है, बता दें प्लीज। प्लीज संकोच नहीं करें, आप सभी शिक्षक हैं। अगर आपको ऐसा लगता हो कि मैं कोई अतिशयोक्तिपूर्ण बात कर रहा हूं तो जरूर मुझे बताएं।
Sir, share your screen, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying. No, it is still saying host disabled participating screen sharing. You can make me a presenter, then only I can share. Make me a presenter.
Yes, just a minute.
It is still saying host disabled participant screen sharing. So you can probably yeah, I guess now this may be possible.
Yes, sir.
No, not in my case. Your screen is shared, not mine. You can click on my icon and can make me a presenter. You will have an option to change my, host allows you to record this meeting is different. No, I want to have the rights for screen sharing. So if you can, you make me a presenter, then probably I'll be able to share my screen. No, it is not sharing actually. You can click on the right where my name appears, right click in front of that, and then you will have options for changing roles. And there you can make me a presenter. Or you can make me a co-host, yes. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Akole Saab, for helping us. You can make me a co-host, More Saab. But then I guess both these options will come there only. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. You have made me a co-host. Now I can share. Thank you. So, see, our friends are already well versed with this. And that's why they can help us also. So this way we are really happy to note that we have already adopted this online. So can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I have to remove this grid because, otherwise this may be hindering my slide. Yeah, so is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so let us begin. Let me begin with this wonderful quote that I got somewhere. The pain you feel today is the strength you feel tomorrow. For every challenge encountered, there is opportunity for growth. So obviously, any new journey is full of, full of trials and tribulations, full of difficulty. But we need to understand that this is also a kind of investment for us. And if we are ready to endure the pains of the beginning, we can certainly make a smooth path for us for future. So we should not deter from putting in the best in terms of effort to change this challenge or the challenging situation and make it an opportunity. One of the questions that we start with is most of the people question how real is the virtual teaching? Because the virtual classrooms, they believe, cannot replace the traditional classrooms because by their very essence or nature, they are not completely real. Okay. There is another thing is that teaching on the internet is teaching in virtual reality, but not in reality. So these are our natural, instinctive reactions to online teaching. And but the question is, does that mean that any type of education which is given or received on the internet is not real. Does it mean that it may not be termed education in the real sense? I leave it to you, but yeah, this is not the case. I understand that. So in 1964, the Kothari Commission had made a very pertinent remark while preparing the education policy of India. And they said that no people can rise above the level of its teachers. That means the teachers are the drivers of the education system. And unless and until the teachers are prepared to adopt future technology, it cannot be transferred to the learning generation. So that's why we are, we are the most important people, and we must invest. Further to that, the message of the teacher to the students is not merely to impart knowledge, content of books, which is largely information fast getting out of date, but more than that, it should be inspiration by his or her example towards the process of character building and the use of knowledge for welfare of the community. The total message to the students and to the community is the total life of the teacher. So this talks about the wholesome influence a teacher exerts on the learners. And that's why a teacher has to be always ahead of his students. And that's why we are talking about the nuances of online teaching, because unless and until we know these nuances, we may not be able to effectively conduct our classes. So online teaching learning was once considered a fancy new thing, and it was mostly implemented by the elite institutions in the country, which had the luxury of having faculty trained abroad or trained in such institutions where technology was already in use. And the rest of the institutions were thinking that this is not their cup of tea. But as I said earlier, due to Corona pandemic, we realized that this is the only mode of teaching learning that is left to us. And if at all we have to continue this process of knowledge sharing, there is no other way. And as a result, now this has become a commonplace technology for all of us. And we can find the use of online teaching even in primary schools. Forget about the higher educations. But the big question is still there. Can it sufficiently replace or substitute the traditional face-to-face mode of teaching? If you ask me, my experience for the last 3 semesters has been against it. No, it can't replace or substitute the traditional face-to-face classroom, because despite the best technological innovations, it still has certain limitations. So in the experimental classrooms, you have problem. Creating that kind of ambience, you have that problem. Gaining full attention of the learners, you have problem. In the classroom, we are still looking at the students. If we find somebody sleeping or dozing, we can still approach him or her and can shake them and can request them to pay attention. Although it does not always result in their attention, but still we have the luxury of doing that. In online teaching, many a time I have realized you keep on asking questions or asking feedback of your audience, and many a time you don't get any, and you believe that you are just talking to your screen and there are no people around. Moreover, I have seen it in my own children. They're also attending their online classes from home. I've seen mostly they are not listening. They are doing something else. They have logged in their mobile or their laptop. So that may be the case with majority of the learners. And the second thing is, are we fully equipped to implement it efficiently and effortlessly? This is another challenge that we have to discuss. And again, my take on this is that given the limitations of resources and vastness and geographical disparity of our country, we are still struggling to make it effective. We have not been able to reach out to each and everyone through the mode of technology. Even in IIT, we realized that many of our students were not able to connect to us in our classes because of the problem of internet, electricity, and connectivity. Do we have the required infrastructure, technology, and acceptability? Well, we don't have adequate infrastructure. We are still lagging behind in terms of technological innovations compared to the Western world. And acceptability of this kind of teaching is still very, very low, and people don't take them seriously. They don't think that the things are happening in the real sense. And it does not come as a surprise that many of the parents, many of the informed parents went to schools and refused to pay their fee, saying that their children are not being taught properly and online teaching is nothing. This is just passing time. Then the question comes, can this new normal be normal? Since once the COVID is gone, will we still continue with this mode of learning? And if you ask me, I'll say that even if we don't continue completely online, but then this blended mode of learning and all the good practices that we have learned out of this kind of helplessness during this pandemic will certainly make our teaching learning process more enriching, more exciting, and more accessible and effective. So obviously, this new normal is not going to be normal in the near future, but certainly it is going to create a new normal, and we are not going back to completely our earlier traditional teaching setup. That is also true. Well, when we talk about online teaching, let me tell you that the world over, during the 1800s, only the universities in the US had started remote or correspondence courses, and they were being delivered at the doorsteps of the learners in remote areas, mainly through parcel posts. And then later on, they started some radio programs. Then they also came up with Corporation for Public Broadcasting in 1967, and they started using television for educational programs. We in India have always been behind them. So this technology took some time to come to developing countries like ours. Even in the US in 1982, when the Western Behavioral Sciences Institute, California, opened its School of Management and Strategic Studies online program, there were limited takers at that point in time. Then University of Phoenix revolutionized this process. But even then, by 2000, only 8% of the students were enrolled in an online course. And in 2008, it increased to 20%. And by 13, it had nearly touched 30% of all post-secondary enrollments in the US. And now if we talk about it, we can't help it. And so it has to be 100% during the pandemic. Now, the question arises, why do we need this kind of online teaching learning or blended learning per se, if our traditional teaching has been so effective and has served our purposes? Let me tell you one thing. By our traditional mode of teaching, we have not been able to cater to the need of all age groups and all sorts of learners, all learner groups. So that's why in our country, we already have some evening classes, we have adult education, we have informal, Anganbadi and other such NGOs and other such institutions involved in teaching. Many vocational training institutions at different levels, and they all have their different target audiences. So our education system that way that we think has been able to provide education to all, unfortunately has not been able to do that. Okay, so given the vastness of the number of learners, our educational institutions and the number of educators are not enough to reach out to each and every one. And that is the reason, the literacy in our country has always been a concern, and we have not been able to educate even the half of the people in the country. So this is one reason why online teaching learning is required, because this will help us connect to everybody who has even the basic equipment. And let me believe that majority of the people nowadays have access to mobile phone, and then internet has also become very accessible in the recent years, and now this has also become affordable with so many packs available, in which you just pay 350 rupees and get everything free for the entire month. So and another thing is that we are living in a technological era, and we cannot think that one of the most important aspects of our life, education, will remain untouched by this technology. So technology is an integral part of modern day life, and with the onset of information and communication technology, education cannot be imagined in modern era without integrating it in our knowledge system. Another thing, because of this technology, we have been able to create information bloom, and there has been knowledge explosion, and a single teacher may not be able to give all that knowledge, access all that information single-handedly and transfer it to students. So teachers are required to act as mediums or media through which the students can get access to all these resources that are available aplenty in the virtual space, and can gain knowledge as much as they invest their time, their effort, and their effort and their attempt in that. So this is also important that it supplements our teaching methodologies in the modern day times by integrating ICT in our classrooms. We are making our classrooms much more compact, much more meaningful, and much more accessible and flexible that way. So it significantly improves the learning outcomes, and most importantly, it is also providing the much needed digital literacy to our learners, because now you can see that somebody who is selling vegetables on a cart is also making good use of technology in the form of mobile phone. You can see that the people who are employing battery rickshaws, or the people who are driving tempos and all, for them also this wonderful equipment called mobile has helped a lot in finding their commuters and customers. So whether they take a degree or diploma, that is secondary, but if they are digitally literate, obviously they can earn their living. So nowadays you cannot, even the farmers cannot really find suitable crops and all the relevant information required for cultivating, unless and until they have some kind of digital literacy, because all the welfare programs launched by the government for each and every one, including farmers, is being delivered through this digital platform. So by integrating technology in our classrooms, the most important thing that we are doing is we are making our populace digitally literate. It also broadens the horizons of learners by making them connect to the entire world rather than confining themselves to, let's say, 15 by 20 room, looking at their teacher as the single source of knowledge. And it is also promoting collaborative learning, because you can collaborate with your peers around the world sitting in front of your monitor. You need not to travel to US or to Japan or to Germany to find collaborators. You can find them in the virtual space. You can connect through a common platform, and all of you can easily share your knowledge and build new knowledge out of your existing knowledge. It makes, this is also important because it makes our learning process interesting and practical, and it suits to our modern day lifestyle more than anything else, because most of the time we find that our youth is with his or her mobile phone. So if we are delivering our message or educational content through mobile phones or laptops, there is better possibility that our learners will connect and access them. And then obviously, now we have to make our learners how to learn rather than what to learn. So the role of teachers is changing in online teaching. In online teaching, you are not supposed to learn everything on your own and then sum it up to your students as you have been doing in the traditional classroom. Here, you need to identify all the potential resources and channelize your students to those resources rather than explaining those resources to them yourself. So your role has also changed. Now you are not, telling them what to learn, you are telling them how to learn. So you are providing them access and information regarding resources. And most importantly, the world has gone online recently because of the COVID-19 situation. So that is our immediate need. Moving forward, now as I said, the role and orientation of the teachers has changed, and you have to change your mindset and your style of teaching a bit. You have to act more as facilitators rather than dictators of knowledge. You have to facilitate your students with the right approach of managing abundant information to their optimum benefit and in taking right decisions in this technologically complex world. Well, we all know that information and knowledge, these are two things. So internet is full of information, but to make it knowledge, you need the guidance of your teachers. So as teachers, we have to channelize our students in the right direction. We have to identify the authentic, needful resources and information and weed it out of all those information and resources that are not needed for our students. So that is our, real role. As teachers, we have to guide our students to head in the right direction and learn the required things in the right spirit. So we have to make it clear to our students that they must be able to evaluate the abundant information available by looking at it critically. They have to identify what is fact and what is propaganda. We have already seen the ill effects of the social media, in which WhatsApp knowledge is killing people. The Twitters are spreading hate speeches. So we know that, this is a two-edged sword. So it can cut us into pieces and it can protect us as well. So it depends how we are making the best use of it. So students should be empowered and should be educated in such a way that they can find the right information by looking at it critically. They should be able to identify facts from propaganda, to understand the real ethical, legal, and moral issues with respect to the access and use of information, and to create meaning from data. So they must be also educated regarding the copyright issues, regarding plagiarism, and all such rules in place regarding downloading and accessing a particular information in the net. So obviously our horizons are expanding. As teachers, we are not only talking about our subjects, we also need to talk about these real life challenges while accessing information on the net. There can be several delivery methods, and these are the methods that make our blended learning possible. It can be asynchronous learning. Now, what is being propagated in blended form of learning is this asynchronous learning. Asynchronous learning provides environments that are online spaces where work is supported through the use of digital platforms in such a way that participants are not required to be online at the same time. So this certainly fulfills the requirement of flexibility in terms of time and learning for individual learners. So what we are supposed to do is, we have to create our educational content and deliver it to all the targeted audience through threaded discussions, through emails, telephone calls, or we can also, like you are recording this program and you are making it live on Facebook, or you can, later on share it on, YouTube channel. So that way it will reach to all those people who are not synchronously connected to us right now. We have 70 odd people who have joined us for this program, but maybe 7,000 people outside this program may be having access to whatever we are deliberating upon through asynchronous modes of learning. There is another way we can transform our online classrooms in real classrooms, the way we have been doing it for 70 odd people. We are learning in a synchronous setting, in the sense I'm delivering my content in real time, mostly like I may be doing in face-to-face communication, and all of you are listening to me and you are connected in time and space with me, and the learning is being done instantaneously. So synchronous learning provides a greater sense of feeling supported, as the exchange of text or voice is immediate, and it feels more like a conversation. So we feel more at ease. The learners are able to hear the tone of the voice used by the others, which may allow them greater understanding of the content. So mind it, both these methods are quite popular and both these methods are useful. These are some of the platforms that are being used both asynchronously and synchronously. So we have MOOCs, which is massive open online courses. This has unlimited number of participants, and this delivers the content asynchronously, and people can learn at their own space and at their own comfort. SMOOCs, synchronous massive online courses, are unlimited in number of participants, and in this mode we deliver the content synchronously in real time. Likewise, we have SPOCs, in which small private online, these are small private online courses, and the number of students is limited, and learning takes place in a synchronous manner. Likewise, we have synchronous small online courses as well. And we know that all these online courses are delivered, or the learning occurs through our colleges or universities learning management system, which we call LMS. This is a software application for administration, documentation, tracking, reporting, automation, and delivery of educational courses or training programs or learning and development programs. And we can see that 77% people around the world are using an application which is called Blackboard. And this is the market leader. And this is very closely followed by others like Moodle, Canvas, and many more. So, I mean, these learning management systems are being established by the colleges and universities, and they are helping us a lot in delivery of our content and management of online education. Now, what are the fundamental considerations for success of online instruction? Because all of us know that online instructions require a different orientation and different set of skills. So they are certainly based on certain assumptions. First of all, they will not be successful unless and until we can secure the active engagement of the learners. And for that, we have to look for the right kind of methodology and methods to engage our students in such a way that they feel engaged and connected. The second thing is group participation has to be enhanced to meet the course objectives. And we have to frequently look at student-teacher interaction because there is a danger of feeling isolated, feeling forlorn, or feeling alone in an online teaching because we are not sitting in the same room. So we need to interact or promote interaction between students and students frequently, or student-teacher interaction also has to be more frequent in order to keep them active and engaged. We also need to relate our course content to the real world to enhance the learning of the participants by creating real-life examples and integrating them in the delivery of contents. We can also think of creating something like student lounges in which some kind of social interaction between the students can take place, because you may have seen between the two classes, when one teacher comes out of the class and the other one teacher enters the class, the students in the classroom get some breather or some socializing time, and immediately will find that the environment in the classroom is abuzz with their talking. So this is quite relieving for them, and this saves them from getting bored, and this also recharges their battery and fills them with new energy. So we need to create the same kind of vibrant social environment on the online platforms also, so that the students don't feel left out, or they don't feel bored, and they are also feeling like connected to their friends. So they should also be given some time so that they can talk to each other and can really regroup. So you can also incorporate team projects to help alleviate the feelings of isolation or being left out, because that way the students will connect with their peers and will engage in something creative. So in the next slide, you can see how a teacher is engaging the students of her class in a school. There is a small mobile phone screen which has turned into the entire class, and there a group of students is looking at that. So this can really help in group activities. Now, when we talk about challenges, And I understand most of you may be feeling these challenges. The first challenge is lack of digital literacy. Despite, having access to this digital technology, despite making use of it, we can still feel ourselves lacking in this, and there are some limitations. So just before this sharing of slides, we saw that there was a minor hiccup, and then we found out how to give me sharing rights. So such challenges are nothing new. So one of the challenges that we have is the lack of digital literacy. Unless and until both the learners and the teachers have adequate digital literacy, both of them will find it difficult to connect in space and time and deliver or receive online content. So you must know how to create online content, how to deliver it, and your students must know how to access it and how to make the best use of it. So that is one challenge of making everybody digitally literate before we really think of effective online delivery. The second thing is lack of required infrastructure. I love the efforts made by our government, which has been trying its best to create the adequate infrastructure in each school and each college and university and institution of higher learning in this country. They are trying to equip each and every classroom with the latest educational technology so that we can integrate technology in our classroom. But as I said, ours is a huge country with limited resources. So certainly we are far behind in terms of investing money in these infrastructural projects and creating an infrastructure which is fully ready for online classes. So this is also one of the challenges. But then let us hope, with the good intentions of our government and all of us, the policy makers, this kind of limitation will be overcome in near future. The most important aspect of this entire process, as I have been telling, is the participation of teachers like us. We find that most of us are teachers of traditional mode, and we are still averse to using technology in our classroom for the simple reason we are not adept at that. So we are reluctant to make use of technology in our classroom because we find it difficult to tackle technology, because initially we have to invest a lot of time and we also have to change our orientation. So till now we have been investing our time and energy in understanding and delivering the content pertaining to our respective subject areas. But now, apart from that, an additional responsibility has come to understand technology. So how to do that? For that, we need to train our teachers. So unless and until the teachers are trained to use the ICT efficiently in their classroom, it may not be possible for us to indulge in blended mode of teaching learning or online mode of teaching learning. The next thing is the vast digital divide that exists in a country like ours. You will be surprised to know that only 8% of homes with sizable with the population of learners has computer and net facility across class, gender, and regions. So 92% of the people don't have all these facilities. If we add mobile to this, then certainly we can say that maybe 60% of the households may be having this facility now. But we have also realized that, while delivering our content, sometimes mobile phones are not, certainly able to give us full access to a program. So that way also, the access is limited and the functions are also limited. But certainly these mobile phones are revolution for us. And if at all we have to go online, it may not be possible without, our mobile phones nowadays. But still, this digital divide exists, where we find that on the one hand, we have digitally equipped people. On the other, we have people who do not have access to technology and technological infrastructure. Just a minute. Hello. क्या है इसका? अभी मैं बाद में करूंगा, मैं लेक्चर दे रहा हूँ. So I'm sorry. Yes. So this digital divide is another challenge that we have to overcome. And we understand the challenge in a country like ours, because we find that many people are not yet literate, forget about digital literacy. Then again, this difference between digital migrants and digital natives also poses real challenges. The people belonging to an earlier era, all the people like us who are not born in this technological era and later on migrated to technology, we are all digital migrants. And most of the old school teachers belong to this group of digital migrants. But when we talk about our learners, the students, the millennials, most of them are millennials. They are born in a technological era. And now you can see that even a toddler is very happy looking at the mobile phone. And the first thing that they learn is not putting their hand on a piece of paper and writing, but they start, using the screen, the touch screen of the mobile phone, and they can play games there. So such a generation is a digital native, because for them, this sophisticated digital technology comes naturally. They're born with it. So obviously we have a very big challenge before us as educators. We are going to talk to digital natives as digital migrants. And obviously our own limitations in technology are going to pose real challenges, because as teachers, we don't want to be left out. But let me tell you one thing. We need to come out of our complacency as teachers, and we need to acknowledge that this teaching learning process is not a one-way traffic. It's something which is a two-way traffic. It is mutual. So while we are giving content to our learners, we are learning technology from them. So let it be an integrated classroom, dynamic classroom, in which the students are equal stakeholders. Yeah, I'm running short of time. I'll just, move ahead. So we need to, overcome the challenges like apprehensions about effectiveness of online teaching, problem of internet accessibility and lack of affordability, lack of human connect, absence of opportunities of collaborative learning and teacher supervision, lack of
Please unmute, sir.
Yeah, okay. So these are the real challenges. Let me come to the next one. Okay, so we need to understand how we can overcome this. We need to understand that it is not a lecture classroom online. It is an active learning classroom online. So this kind of change has to take place. As I have been saying, we need to reorient ourselves, come out of our comfort zones and complacency, and be more accommodative, more collaborative, and need to acknowledge the equal partnership of our stakeholders, that are students, orient and sensitize the teachers to distinguish between critically useful, developmentally appropriate, and the detrimental use of ICT. So we need to understand that ICT has to be used with justification in the right direction. We as teachers need to rethink our basic tenets of education, redesign the methodology, and revamp the teaching learning process to make it more creative with integration of technology. We need to plan a sequential learning, and before we indulge in active teaching, we need to prepare all these steps of our teaching learning. क्या है? अरे भाई, हम कह रहे हैं लेक्चर दे रहे हैं, 15 मिनट बात करेंगे, रुक जाइए अभी। हाँ, खड़ा है तो उसको कर दीजिए, हम कर देंगे, उसको व्हाट्सएप पे भेज देंगे। एक मिनट रखिए। Excuse me, I'll just take 2 minutes. It's something urgent, so I'm sorry for that. Yes. So what is important is we realize that it requires more preparation time early on before we really go to the classroom. But we would also realize that it is a kind of investment once we have prepared a lecture, recorded it, and used rich text, images, videos, audios, games. I mean, this becomes fun learning later on. And again, this really becomes helpful in future for us. So initial preparation time is certainly very, very crucial, and it requires a lot of effort on our part. But we can make use of that on a regular basis. If you record your lecture, you can use it again and again. So that will help you. The learners being digital natives view online classes as edutainment rather than education. So we have to make this process, of learning, exciting and entertaining. And so we certainly have to be very creative with this online teaching. We need to learn, enhance the learner's motivation, interest, and involvement by allowing them the mode of learning rather than limiting them. So the choice can be left to them, what kind of learning method they want. And the students, I'm sure, will help you in preparation of audio, video, podcasts, or presentations, or quizzes and games. So this will really make it very, very, interesting. And this will also make your online teaching very, very effective. You can use a host of asynchronous assignments on the platforms like Google Docs, Google Drive, Google Hangouts, MS Teams, SlideShare, Minecraft, Kahoot, Mural, VoiceThread, Edmodo, Skype, etc. You can also plan your classes. You can have your syllabus and materials laid out clearly before you approach your classes, as you have been doing in your traditional classrooms. So that is also very important. Now I'm coming to this, how we can be effective. We need to master technology before we are making use of it in the classroom. We have to innovate and stimulate discussions, encourage participation, much as we do in our traditional classroom. Since I'm rushing with my slides, that's why I could not find time to, involve you in the whole process. But in the classroom, we have a lot of time, and we may be stopping every now and then and asking questions of students or getting their feedback. And that way we can get a semblance of the real life classroom, believing that students are listening to us and they are participating. So that will bring life to our classes. And that we can do by frequently asking questions or feedback from our students in our classroom setting. Now, let us, believe that online or blended mode of teaching, combining the best practices of traditional teaching and online teaching, that is the future of teaching learning around the world, and more so in our country, because it has massive outreach. And this is the only way we can make our education democratic. We can give it to each and everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, geography, and resources. Because in this process, the learners will have easy accessibility to the material, and at the same time, they can learn as they work at their own pace. And there is a lot of scope for creativity and innovative teaching and learning in this mode of teaching. So as teachers also, we have a wonderful tool in hand which can make our teaching learning process very, very effective and engaging. And more importantly, it promotes the digital learning, which is going to be the hallmark of the generation of learners. So while brick and mortar teaching is still a preferred medium and has certain advantages like close contact, building real life communities, having one-to-one discussion, bringing out sensitivity of the learners, and building relationships, the online teaching certainly has other advantages. So rather than competing them with each other, we can make them complementary, combine the best of the two practices, and certainly make our teaching learning process very, very effective and engaging. I appreciate the concept note put forward by UGC, and request all my fraternity friends to be open-minded, be forward-looking, and look forward to it as an opportunity rather than constraint or limitation. Because friends, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors, the rough seas do. So whatever challenges are thrown to us, if we are ready to take them head on, if we are confident enough that we will invest our time, our effort, and will be able to overcome them, certainly we can make this process of teaching learning very, very effective using the modern day technology. So thank you very much. I've overshot my time, but that is because I wanted to talk about all the nitty-gritties of online teaching. Thanks for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
I am very grateful to Honorable Professor Nagendra sir for enlightening us on opportunities and challenges of blended mode of teaching learning process concept note which is published by the university. On behalf of my college and the participants, I extend my best wishes for his future bright academic career of Professor Nagendra Kumar sir. Thanks a lot for once again, sir. We will move to the second session of this one-day national webinar, in which Dr. Divya C. Senan Madam, who is the Fulbright Nehru Postdoctoral Fellowship awardee, serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Education in the University of Kerala, is going to talk on this blended mode of teaching and learning. I request our IQAC coordinator, our colleague, Dr. Sachin Pawar sir, to introduce Divya Senan Madam. Dr. Sachin Pawar sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. D.N. More,
Okay,
sir.
Dr. More, let me express
yes, sir.
my
You can carry
gratitude
on.
to the organizers before I leave.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You have been a wonderful audience, and I wish you all the best for the success of this program.
Thanks, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you
Thanks
very
a
much.
lot.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. Namaskar. I am Dr. Sachin Pawar, and I heartily welcome you all for the second session organized on the auspicious day of the 71st Foundation Day of Nanded Education Society, Nanded. Today, we are going to have a second session on blended mode of teaching learning and future of higher education in India. And the resource person for this session is Dr. Divya Senan Madam. She is working as Assistant Professor, Department of Education, University of Kerala. Dr. Divya Senan is a recipient of Best Teacher Educator National Award 2019 by National Council of Teachers Education, MHRD, Government of India. She is also the recipient of prestigious Fulbright Nehru Postdoctoral Fellowship in the year 2017 and UGC Raman Postdoctoral Fellowship for Indian Scholars in USA 2014. Other honors include Precourt Fellowship, Stanford University, USA 2018, Outreach Learning Fund Travel Award, Institute of International Education, USA 2018-19, BECC Fellowship, Morris S. Smith Foundation, USA 2019, Best Inspiring Teacher Educator, Council for Teachers Education 2000.
You are not audible, Pawar sir.
2021. From School of Pedagogical Sciences, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam in 2004 with second rank. She was awarded PhD in Education from University of Kerala in 2012. She underwent postdoctoral training in the field of energy and environmental education from University of Alabama, USA during 2014-15, and also finished her postdoctoral training in educational policy and planning from National Space Science Technology Center, USA in the year 2018-19. She is currently pursuing her MTech in Educational Technology at NIT University, Rajasthan with MS2 level scholarship. She has been a faculty in the Department of Education, University of Kerala since 2017. She was assistant professor at Sri Narayana Training College, Neduganda for 10 years from 2007 to 2017. She had been a lecturer in education, Mahatma Gandhi University College of Teacher Education for 3 years from 2004 to 2007. She has expertise in the development and implementation of educational technology, tools, and constructive curricular applications in the classroom. She is also a motivated researcher looking for further advanced understanding of energy education by conducting independent research on energy curricula. Recently, she has received a Chanakya Award, and Dr. Divya has authored 3 books and edited 2 books in addition to publishing chapters in 12 edited books and 16 research articles in journals of national and international standards and repute. She has completed major and minor national and international projects funded by UGC, Intel, and various state agencies. She was invited for deliberations and sharing sessions at various international meetings and conferences abroad. She has attended and presented papers in several national, international level seminar conferences in India and abroad. She is also serving as reviewer in several reputed international and national journals. She is academically focused in educational technology and STEM education. She is also serving as Fulbright campus representative of University of Kerala. With this, we have a very distinguished person with us, and I request her to present herself and her views on blended mode of teaching, learning, and future of higher education in India. Dr. Divya Senan, ma'am.
Very much thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm so happy that, first of all, let me extend my sincere gratitude to People's College and all the organizers of this conference, and especially Dr. D.N. Moore, sir, for inviting me for this program. And I need to appreciate Dr. D.N. Moore because early on the belief that I could do well from my biodata, he has invited me because he hasn't heard my classes, I think, yet. So he has belief in me, I think. So I am so much responsible to him also. And I know that you are all cognitively having fatigue after a wonderful speech from Dr. Nagendra Kumar. And I don't know whether I have much time, and I think I need to rush through my slides because I was given 1 hour time, but I don't know whether I need to stop by 30 minutes because I know.
This is not the issue of time, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
But still, I should understand the one which is sitting before me because they are having a long session, I know. But still, I think I could see many professors who are much elder to me sitting before me. So I think we'll have better a discussion than a one-way interaction from my end. First of all, I need to appreciate the whole organizers for organizing a very good team. It is a hot topic of the day, I think, as far as higher education, as far as the staff or faculty on higher education are concerned, because when we hear blended learning mod concept, it is very, it is very pleasure thing which when we look at it, but it seems when we figure it out to deep into the subject, we could understand that there are so many things we need to discuss or brainstorm and find, means we need to solve so many issues related to it rather before implementing such a particular approach towards teaching and learning process. Let this be a start. I think let this be a start for the People's College. So you may have to organize so many series of programs like this to make our blended learning approach, the concept which is introduced by the UGC, to be implemented in the most apt manner which is suitable for both the learners as well as the teachers. So when we talk about this teaching blended learning concept, I think we need to start from the National Education Policy 2019, which was proposed in 2019. Because even in the National Education Policy 2019, they referred it to as a transformation program. That is, when we, by implementing this particular policy, they are trying to bring a big transformation to the higher education system. So when we read the national policy itself, we could understand that, as Nagendra Kumar sir said earlier, the policy gives immense flexibility as well as freedom to our learners. So, as far as it is concerned, we could understand that by following the current or the present teaching learning process, their objective of reaching multidisciplinarity or the liberty education, that is what the national policy of education is proposing. They are bringing through transformation, they are trying to bring multidisciplinarity in education as well as this liberal form of education. So in order to attain these objectives, I think this particular, the current teaching learning process, what we are following now is not at all possible. So as soon as we read the national education policy, we could smell that the teaching learning process will soon change. We could understand that they will be coming up soon, they will be coming up with a teaching learning process which will be suitable for giving immense flexibility or immense freedom to the learner. Because the current teaching learning process, I don't think gives this much flexibility to the learner as far as multidisciplinarity or liberal education is concerned. So, actually, and I think this, due to this pandemic and all, it was lagged, and this pandemic helped, I think, the UGC to bring this particular learning approach also. As our earlier speaker said, during this pandemic, we were forced to make use of online learning strategies. Though we were, though we all know about the learning strategies, we were so we had the inhibition to use the strategies during our daily teaching learning process. But this COVID-19 pandemic made us or forced us to use all these things in our daily teaching learning programs. But we need to think whether we were able to reach the objective of giving the teaching or we were able to make behavioral change among our students during this last year through this online teaching learning process. We were depending only on online teaching process. It was not at all a blended learning approach, only on the virtual learning mode. Even I myself, in our University of Kerala, we do have the LMS on Moodle, and we were also giving classes or go through Google Meet and through content material through our Moodle. But still, I could say that I am not at all satisfied with the performance of my students. Because there are so many hurdles in between when we give such a program. So in this, I think we need to discuss some of the hurdles or some of the scope as well as hurdles. Yeah, I do admit that there are immense opportunities for blended learning or virtual learning, but at the same time, we need to consider more the challenges, because a we know the policy in education, it determines the future generation or the future of our country. Whenever we change the policy of our country, it is going to determine the generation which is, or the future of the country which is after 10 to 20 years, how the country will be. It is determined by the policy which we take now. So whenever we propose, whenever we come to implement a program, we need to figure it out all the prospects as well as all the challenges which are being associated with the innovation which we are going to introduce. So I think, let me share my PPT. So Moore sir, can you just make me share?
Yes, ma'am.
You are a co-host.
You are co-host now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. You can see, I think. It's visible. Okay. So I'll be going to say about the blended mode of teaching. As I told you earlier, the National Policy of Education 2020 is bringing multiple entry and exit points. So I'm not going to explain all these things because much of these points have been given by our earlier speaker. She has wonderfully explained all these things. So I don't want to explain again. I'll be going to and all the about the educational transformation also. But what I want to add one point in this educational transformation is that they are in the national policy, they are giving emphasis that we are giving much importance or we are giving complete freedom or flexibility to the learner to pick their teachers, timing, even the education system, the type of education, everything, the flexibility is there. So I think we are not sure that we will lead to an anarchy in such a manner that education will a system will act like a market where a learner who is a customer can come and choose his own products from the market. So we are not quite sure that how the impact of such an education system will be. Though it seems to be very wonderful because it is very flexible, very what you call ubiquitous learning and all. Because it finds very beautiful for us when we hear the word and the policies. But we need to consider all these aspects too, whether it may lead to an anarchy or not. And about a blended learning approach. And actually, being an educationalist, I am very much interested in this work, in blended learning approach, because it is a wonderful term, I think, which can be used in our teaching and learning process, because it integrates both the online mode and the offline mode of education. So the students get the advantage of multimodal learning. He will be able to hear from his teacher, as well as he will be able to hear from any of the teachers in the world if he wishes to. So that is a wonderful opportunity for the learner. But what UGC says about blended learning, that we need to take into account. So blended learning is a term which is given to the educational practice, which is combining digital learning with traditional face-to-face teaching. So when I was abroad, while doing my postdoc, the thing which impressed me was the flipped classrooms. Actually, I could find that in most of the universities in US, they were using flipped classrooms. Flipped classrooms in the way that all the lecture materials is being given to the students, which they can hear at home, so that they'll be able to, like reading a textbook or reading the instructional material. So they can have a well advanced knowledge about the content well in advance before coming to the classroom. So these materials, they can read it at home and they will then come to the classroom, classrooms in the campus. So once they are in the classrooms, they will be having fruitful discussion with their professors or lecturers. So, the type of lecturing or the one way of transaction which is usually practiced in the higher education institutions is lacking in a flipped classroom. So what is happening in the classroom is a type of debate or a type of discussion or a brainstorming which makes the students reach the higher order thinking skills. Actually, we in outcome-based education, we are all struggling with outcome-based education. So in outcome-based education, the best thing or the most significant thing is we are all trying to make our students reach the higher order thinking skills or to get the higher order thinking skills rather than keeping them in an understanding or knowledge level, having a lower order thinking level. So we want our students to analyze, we want our students to evaluate or create new perceptions or new ideas which can even change the world. So such a learning process is possible in a place where there is fruitful discussion between the teacher and the learner, also between the learners. So group discussions enable such processes. So flipped classrooms are those which help you to have such a fruitful discussion. So flipped classroom is a type of blended learning where the teacher, he himself can develop some content material and give to the students, or he can select some very good content materials from the web and ask the students to read before coming to the classrooms. So that is a very good approach, and I was impressed by this approach in US. And when I came back to my university, I actually started practicing this particular approach, and I could find that it was very effective with my students, because when I teach them on research methodology, on sociology, psychology, and all, I could ask them to read much about with the various innovations which is happening in these areas, and we used to discuss in our classrooms very openly. The students, they may have better points than me to speak about. So I am not against the blended learning approach at all. But the thing here is that UGC has come up with a blended learning concept note, where they have introduced, or they have given a particular, different types of blended learning possibilities which can be used in the higher education learning process. So I think most of you have read about the blended learning concept. Still, let me explain one by one. Then only we'll understand what is the main gap which is being introduced, or which is the main problematic area which is going to happen in the new approach which is going to be introduced. So the first one, they are speaking about blended face-to-face class. So it is also called the face-to-face driver model. Actually, the blended face-to-face model, it is actually, this means the complete the thing which I just said earlier. That is, the teacher can prepare the material, give to the students, and they can the teacher will be taking classes in the classroom, and they will be having interactions, and the teacher can ask the students to do all the assignments or small tests through online material, like the thing we used to give through their LMS. I think most of our teachers, most of the colleges have now the learning management system, whereby teachers, they take classes in the classrooms, in the physical brick and mortar classrooms, but later what they do is that they will give the assignments or follow-up activities can be given through their online platforms, which can be some type of quizzes, some types of small tests, etc. can be used that is called blended face-to-face class. And I'm quite sure that there are so many defects for this blended face-to-face class, because during blended face-to-face class, there is a possibility for the teacher to lecture the material and ask the students to do the follow-up. So what happens is that the higher level thinking order, what we say as the evaluation or the creating level, cognitive levels, will happen not in the classes, but it is yet to happen at home, which may never happen, because the students will be trying to copy the materials, or they may sometimes do like that. So there may be the possibility of not making our students upgraded to the so-called higher order thinking level. When we come to the next slide, that is the next approach, that is the blended online classes. So this is the next blended learning model class, which is being put forward by UGC. Not by UGC, these are the things which are being introduced, and UGC have selected some of the type of blended learning approaches in our concept note. So this is called a blended online class. Actually, this is the inverse of the one which I told before. The students will be having the lecture materials at home, and coming to the class, they can do the, the assignments or the follow-up activities like discussions, everything with the peer group or with the teacher. This is how the online driver model works. So here the teacher's duty or the responsibility of the teacher is the content writer. He becomes a content writer. He has to create, or he has to develop content material for the students. Depending on the type of the learner in front of him, he needs to select the material. Either he can select online teaching learning materials from the web, or the teacher can develop materials for his or her students according to her own ideas. So rather than lecturing, now he has the role of an e-content generator. He becomes an e-content generator, and while in the class, he will become a facilitator. The role will be a facilitator to that of the other one. So this is the blended online class. And when we come to the flipped classroom, I have told you earlier, flipped classroom is the most, I think this is the best one among the blended learning approaches. So this is nothing but flipping the classroom. Just this word says, as the word says, it is just flipping the classroom. Now classroom is going in such a way that lecturing is taking place in the class, and all the assignment, all the activities after the class is being done at home. So for flipped classrooms, what all activities the students are doing at home, it will be done in the classroom. And what all activities they were doing in the class, that will be done at their home. This is called the flipped classroom. So here there are so many so many scope of students to enhance their higher order thinking skills. That is the main advantage of a flipped classroom. And the next one is the rotation model. Actually, this particular rotation model is more common among K-12 classrooms because it is mostly suitable for school students. Because most of the researches with regard to rotation model has been practiced or has been undertaken in the K-12 level. But still, we will have just a look on to the rotation model. There are actually three types of rotation model. The first one is the station rotation model. So since this is a blended model, we will have both online and offline teaching process. So in a station rotation model, we may have 3 stations. So one is for online instruction, one is for the teacher-led instruction, and the other one is for the collaborative activities. So here what is happening is the teacher will be giving instructional materials or lectures or group discussions among her students, and after the discussion, the students can change their station. They can come to another station where the peer group, they will sit together and will have collaborative discussions. And after the discussion, they can again move to the online instructions. So where they will get more and more about the content material. And after online instruction, again, they can go to the teacher-led instruction. So changing the stations according to the in a cyclic model, this is called station rotation model. And the next one is the other one is a lab rotation model. Second one is the lab rotation model. Actually, here we have 2 stations. One is the direct instruction and the other one is the online learning lab. That is, the students who have completed the learning procedures in a classroom learning situation, they can go to the online learning lab. And the one who are sitting in the online learning lab, they can come to the place of direct instruction. So a rotation will be taking place. So this is possible in some of the cases for as well as in higher education too, because we do have practical classes or we do have hands-on experience classes. But also at that time, I think we have computer classes also where we have to go to computer lab. So in that cases, we can make use of this lab rotation model where the students, a group of students can be given instructional through a physical classroom, whereas the another group can be taken into a lab where they will be given an online instruction. Likewise, it can be carried out. And the other one is the individual rotation model. This is also very significant one, but a little bit too get practiced, because in an individual rotation model, here the student alone is rotating through the learning modalities in a customized schedule. The school, like the one which we say as MOOC. So the student will be able to, he could customize his own type of learning activity. That means he can choose which model he wants. Either he can go to the, he can go to a conference, he can go to the direct instruction, or he can go to the intervention programs. So it is the discretion of the learner whether which mode of teaching learning process he used to make use of. So these are the types of rotation models which is being given in the in our UGC concept note. And the final one was the self-blend model. So when you talk about the self-blend model, it is the learners here, it is the similar to that of the MOOC course, exactly the MOOC course. Here actually the learner can the learner is independent. Independent means he can select any course, any which is according to her own or his own interest. It is not suggested by his teacher or his professor. He can take a course and work on it, and irrespective of the various courses he is undertaking in the college or in the university, he will be able to pursue with this course. So that is how it is happening. So they will not be directed by a faculty member to choose the course. According to their interest, they can use, they can take their own course and underwent this particular course. This is the self-blended model. And when we talk about the self-blended model or the blended MOOC, it is a type of what you call flipped classroom model. So actually, when I talk about this blended MOOC, I think I need to talk about Khosrow Gadri. You might have heard about him, the famous Iranian who is working in San Jose University. He is an electrical engineering professor. Actually, he was in limelight speaking about the blended MOOC, when MOOC came into, or blended learning came into existence. Because Khosrow Gadri, actually, he was an advocate of blended MOOC because according to him, he says that in San Jose University, actually in 2012, San Jose University, they tried to introduce blended learning into their teaching learning process. What Khosrow Gadri was the one who first introduced this thing. So what actually he did was he introduced the MIT course, MIT Circuit and Electronics courses into his class. So actually he used the MIT courses along with his teaching learning process. He also educated his students to use this MIT course. MIT course also along with it, and he found that the students, the percentage of students, the percentage of achievement of the students, it has increased from 60% to 85% as far as this particular course was concerned. And see, he was immensely advocating on this blended MOOC. But we need to address more about him in the later slides, because we need to check whether this particular his advocation on blended MOOC was correct or not. That we'll come in the later sessions. I think it will be better to talk about that in the later session. And another one was the flexible mode course, which was actually, this was implemented in San Francisco University, and it was based on the hybrid flexible model. So this this blended learning course, this is also a course which gives immense opportunity for the learner to take the subject according to his choice. That is why it is called as a flexible mode course. So these are the various types of blended mode approaches which were put forward by UGC in the concept note. So now we have to check what was the scenario which was given by our UGC with respect to the type of blended learning approach, if it is being implemented in our a typical course structure. And they themselves have given a particular sample course structure and all, having for an 80 credit program. The sample structure is given like that. And with respect to this particular course structure, they have named 4 types of teachers. They have introduced 4 types of teachers, or we can say 4 types of classrooms of how blended learning mode can be introduced. So in the scenario, they have given 5 courses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we could see that all the 5 courses are having 4 credits each, and each one having 60 classroom hours. So they are saying that if we consider the teacher A is teaching the first course, that is the course 201. She will be, or he will be following, if he is following a blended mode approach, the teaching will be in such a way that if there is 4 credits, 2 modules will be taken in a physical mode by the teacher, and the rest 2 modules in the online mode. So a teacher who is having 60 hours classroom, now it will be reduced to 30 hours for a teacher and 30 hours for online learning. So here I told you earlier that blended learning is something which can be used by the teacher to support her teaching. That means if the teacher is giving a particular content in the classroom, or if he is giving a particular content as an instructional material, the same content can be discussed either in the classroom or through the online learning material. But when we talk about this teacher A scenario, there is a possibility that the entire content is divided into two, and one part of the content will be taken by the teacher and the rest of the content will be entirely taken in an online mode. So that part teacher will not be taking. So the hours for the teacher which she used to have in the campus is cut short, and the students who were having the interest, or who were having the possibility of using the campus class hours for 60 hours, their class hours is now reduced to 30 hours. When we come to teacher B, the scenario is another thing. It is different. Teacher B teaching course, if you take the second course 202, this is also having the 4 modules. Here again, what you say is the complete classes for the complete classroom will be in the online mode, the complete activities in the online mode, and 30 hours will be given to the teacher for a discussion. So the entire 60 hours content will be taken by the student in the online mode, and the teacher for the discussion or the interactive session for this particular 60-hour content will be reduced to 30 hours in the physical classroom. Again, the teacher is losing 30 hours which she or he was using in her physical classroom. So there may be so many limitations as far as a teacher is concerned. As we know, lecturing is not so time consuming. We can end a lecture within 5 minutes, or we can end a lecture in 15 minutes, because lecturing, it depends. But if you go for interaction or discussion, what happens is that it is time consuming. So in one way, UGC is saying that you should act like a facilitator in the classroom, but in the other way, they are saying that you need to cut short your time hours in the classroom. So how will that be possible? Again, it is a question mark in front of the teacher. Now the next one, that is the teacher C. Oh, here the teacher C, he will look that if this teacher is teaching the course on 203, which is on e-learning, she will be allowed. What happening here is that the teacher can allow the students to join a MOOC course on e-learning. We know that Swayam platform as well as Coursera, so many things. So many e-learning modules or MOOC courses are available. So the teacher can ask the student to join a particular MOOC course, and at the same time, the teacher can also join that course. So in parallel, the student will be learning the course in the online mode through the MOOC course. In parallel, the teacher is also having a monitoring with the students, whether they are doing this course or not. So here the teacher doesn't have a direct control over the student, but an indirect control. She can make an assessment based on the MOOC course which has been done by the students. But the flexibility here is the teacher can assign the students that you have to do this particular course. Rather than the MOOC course now we are following in such a way that the student is able to pursue any course, and that particular course, if they have completed it, their credit can be added. But here this is not the situation. Here what happens is that particular course, which suppose I am the teacher, if I intend to take this e-learning course, I can assign my students to take a particular e-learning course, which may be given by Dr. D.N. Moore. He might be giving that particular course. So I'll ask my students to undertake that particular course, which is given by Dr. D.N. Moore, and I will also be monitoring that program. So So likewise, this particular course is moving. Here also what happens is that my class hour is now reduced to 25%. Only assessment part will be taking place. The complete teaching learning process will be controlled by Dr. D. N. Moore. That is how it is happening. So the last one, and the teacher D. Teacher D is here they are talking about OER development course, which is completely, I think, which can be done in an online mode. They are saying that this is can be completely given. 80% of the course can be done in an online mode. So where the pupil or the students, they are trying to develop new things like lab work and all. They will be able to, for example, there are so many courses. I think even there are so many courses on multimedia and all, where we could get proficiency in developing multimedia. Likewise, they are telling that such courses can be given in the mode of completely 80% of the time can be given to online courses, and the teacher need to spend only 13% of the total time in the classrooms. Here also the facilitator, I don't know, I could call the teacher as a facilitator, but still the UGC is calling them as a facilitator. I am not sure about that. So these are the 4 types of teachers what UGC is putting before us. But when we take any 4 of the teachers, we could understand that our campus hours are cut short to the 50%, which will cause, I don't know a great impact to our education system, because we are quite sure that learning doesn't mean content generation. Yeah, it has so many other factors which is being put into it, because once a student, he comes in the campuses, he learns many things, not only the content, he learns how to be a good citizen, citizenship awareness, ecological awareness, and so many values are being created while a student being in the campus. So such types of experiences are totally lacking in a blended learning approach, the so-called blended learning approach which is being put forward by UGC, not the real blended learning approach. So I'm not blaming the concept or not. I have due respect to the blended learning approach which is put forward. But the thing is, we need to take into account all the challenges also before implementing such a program. When we read about, before going into that, what I want to say is about, earlier I told you about Professor Gadri, that is Hosrav Gadri, about his experience regarding blended MOOC. So San Jose University was the one actually who implemented this MOOC or this blended learning approach into their teaching learning process as an experimentation. Actually, they they collaborated with Udacity, and the provost, they collaborated with Udacity, and they introduced this into their university approach. And what I could find that Professor Gadri, he was saying that he was spending time. He was asked his students to have the MIT courses on electronic circuits and all regarding, and he could find a huge change among the students' achievement. But what I want to pinpoint here is that you could see that, and this is being quoted, I think this particular case study is being quoted in the concept note also about the San Jose University. UGC has quoted that particular thing. But I want to point out what is that this Hosrav Gadri, you could by reading his report, you could understand that this particular person was spending 80 hours with the students in each semester along with this online course. He was not asking the students to completely use the online course. Along with the online course, he was he was with the students all through the semester. 80 hours was spent with them. So that means that a blended mode, which is having equal importance to teacher and the online material, only will work. Rather than cutting short the time of the teacher, I don't know. We don't have any case study report given by the UGC showing that cutting short the time of a teacher will have a good effective result in the teaching learning process. And another thing which I could find about Professor Gadri was, you might have read about the debate which happened between Professor Hosrav Gadri and the Professor Peter. of Peter Atkins of the same university, because Professor Gadri was he was a professor from electrical engineering, and Professor Peter Atkins from philosophy department. So Professor Peter was completely, he told that we could not completely deny the opportunity of classrooms learning, and we cannot replace classroom learning completely with that of online materials, because there are so many things we need to consider, including the digital divide. So, and when I was searching about more about this Professor Khatri, what I could understand is that in his profile, I could find that there were 111 feedback about Professor Khatri's teaching learning situation in the US San Jose University, and I could find that around 77 feedbacks were against his teaching learning process, because most of the students does not like his way of teaching learning in the classrooms. So we can't. So this might be the reason why MIT classroom was, when it was introduced to this particular man's classroom, when it was synchronized with, or when it was used as a blended learning mode, might be the students might have got interested in the MIT classrooms. So we cannot say that it was only because of the blended or the online material which made the students' achievement increasing to a higher level. And though there was a big substantial growth in the achievement, later after 2-3 semesters, we could find that there was a decline in the achievement of the students with respect to this online or blended mode. And further, now even the San Jose University, they are also not much interested in this blended learning approach, which is happening there also. So these are some of the case studies which I need to bring to your mind. And when we come to our even UGC's case study report also, they have given only three evidences which shows about the effectiveness of this approach. And I could find that these three courses are which was meant for teachers. No, it was only for the teachers. I could not find any case study which is written by the UGC which has been practiced among our undergraduate students. So we have to bear in mind that this particular blended learning approach, we are going to practice it in the undergraduate learning, and we don't have any evidences that this is going to be effective. So I think before implementing a particular approach, we need to take into consideration all these aspects of teaching learning process. And again, they have told about assessment and evaluation. The last one was about the assessment and evaluation. I have put forward open book examination, a very good idea. Yes, I am very much advocating on open book examination, but still we need to address the challenges. Is it possible for all the students? That all things we need to consider. Then group examination, spoken speaking examination, everything is e-portfolio, everything is wonderful when all other conditions are good. But we need to take the challenge, because this particular teaching learning process or the education approach is going to be implemented in a highly populous country like India, where we have a huge digital divide. As far as Indian cities are concerned, we know that the digital divide actually it is around, I think 42. I think it states that even the national NSO report, National Sampling Organization report, says that in Indian cities the internet access is only 42%, and in rural India we have only 15% of internet accessibility. So is it possible for such a country to implement such a blended learning approach all on a sudden without considering this aspect? Again, when we talk about the network infrastructure, it is also horrible in our country, because as per the telecom regulatory authority of India, TRAO, there is again an urban-rural divide. The internet density in urban area is 98%, yes, but the internet density in rural is only 25%. And when we come to gender, it is very important that we need to take into consideration the gender also. Gender-wise GSMA, we could find that mobile phones or anything, any digital material is used only by the 42% of our men, 42% of our men, whereas only 21% of women is using these types of gadgets. So this is also, and another thing which I want to say with respect to gender is that UGC is asking our students to come to campus only for 30 hours. The rest of 30 hours, they can sit at home and learn. So when we think of our girl students, actually, if they sit at home, I fear that their parents, I am quite sure that they will ask them to do household works. Then I don't know how far they will be able to show, will be able to learn the 30-hour classroom content material at home. So there are a huge disparity with respect to digital divide as well as gender and internet density and also. These are all many things which we need to take into consideration while implementing this particular program. Another one important thing which I just missed out is that UGC has pointed out one framework for blended learning approach called IPSIT, which is called as IPSIT model. It is nothing but it stands for Identify Resources, Learner-Centered Activities. Likewise, so many steps are there. But these are all things which make the teacher, I think, more like a content generator than a facilitator. So I think there are so many such situations which we need to take into account when we talk about this. I think the new approach. But I do say that we need the blended learning approach because we are, as our earlier speaker said, our students are native, digital natives. So we have to be in a digital learning platform. But we have to make sure that they will be getting the complete. I think it should be in the strict blended learning approach. We should not cut short the hours which has been exercised for the teaching learning process. So these things which I think these are the things which we need to consider while taking into consideration about this particular things. And I want to say that as far as Kerala is concerned, with respect to my state, what I want to say is that as far as Kerala is concerned, our digital divide is not much. Because we in urban we have 67% and regional divide is only, and the rural we have 39%. So the regional divide is not much, but still I must say that I am suffering from this digital divide because most of my students, they don't have internet access. If they do have internet access, they don't have the money to meet the data exchange and all the data. So these are the so many things we need to consider. There are so many sociological and economical barriers which need to be considered while including technology into it. Yes, there will be initially so many issues. Yeah, I must say that we should take this particular approach into a teaching learning program because there is no other way. But with due consideration of all these issues, we can slowly or gradually, we can make all our students come to a situation where they will all be able to, afford the digital access. So what I want to say to UGC as well as my participants, what I want to say is that before introducing such programs, I suggest that UGC should better make sure that there is a student on the other hand with a laptop, as well as an internet connection and a reasonable preparation to support the learning. Unless if we can't attend, even the last student should have that accessibility. Actually, I want to point out one more example. But with that, I'll end my presentation. During the COVID condition, our government of Kerala has introduced one program for our school students. It was called the First Bell program. So during the through the First Bell program, actually the government was giving all the content material for the students right from the first standard to the 12th grade through televisions and YouTube, in all the digital media they were giving. And they chose this particular channel, educational channel, because most of the students, most of them have the TV at home. But even after taking the taking the statistic, we could find that only 94% of our students were accessible to these type of digital learning materials. So there were 6% who were being denied of the education last year. So this year, what the government yesterday, government have come forward with an idea of taking the, because in Kerala, most of the schools is high-tech. Most of the schools have computers. So now yesterday, our education minister has come up with an idea of taking these computers and giving it to those who are in need of the computers. So most of the tribal areas are still lacking computer as well as electricity. So in such places, government is taking due consideration that we are not making a group of students denied of the educational opportunities. So that should be our first motto. We should be able to give each and every individual the right to education. It is their right. So any proposal or any teaching learning process, anything which when we come to implement it, we should have our learners on the other hand and their needs, which we need to be taken into consideration. So these are the things which I want to tell or to share with you. I think I am quite sure that I was telling within my limited experiences, because I am quite sure that there are so many professors in front of me who are having much experience than me. So I am so happy that please give me your suggestions, or please come up with your suggestions, or any any comments, or even debating comments also, please welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
Sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Anybody is having any question?
Hello, Sachin.
Yes. Yes, sir, please go on.
I want to ask one question to the madam.
Yes, please.
Yes, go on.
Madam, I would like to ask you a very simple question. Our people, our leaders, our experts, and the people who are sitting in a high position, everything they consider models from Europe, America, and every, as you say, developed countries.
Yes.
And by coming here, they show that everything is available in our country. And whenever they work in a committee, they suggest that this is a very good thing and everybody is having the same thing and this should be followed.
Yes.
Right from 2019, I'm observing that people are talking in a very positive way about this new normal, new education, by considering that recharging is available with everybody, laptop is available with everybody, and people are taking. But the question is that, very simple question, if the live education is not there, if impact is not going to be measured, and the most important thing is that how you observe the satisfaction of the student.
Yes.
Generally, the packages and the softwares and everything which is shown in the marketing by use and this and that, it is presumed that everything the student is known and everything is a student is having a practice. But the reality is that students are lacking in every concept and the expressions of the what do you call it as a ideas and its opinion. So in such a situation, are we building or creating the puppets, or we are going to create the person who is having its own thinking ability, character? So is it possible in this blended education? So it is my question that whether it is viable or feasible or not. Please.
Yeah, actually, I was completely agreeing with you, sir, because I do, being an educationalist, I also give much importance to affective areas of teaching behavior rather than cognitive areas, because our ultimate aim of education is nothing but the character building. So I don't think a technology can bring this character building in students much better than a teacher who is having a good heart in him. From my experience too, I think in my career, I am so much satisfied with the smile of my students rather than my CV, because I am so much satisfied because my students each time when they call me and say, teacher, I could find more opportunities from your talk. That will be the best award for me, I think. So such experience you can never expect from a, what do you say, electronic gadget. So actually, I did my PhD in educational technology and my postdocs in educational technology, and I'm also pursuing MTech in educational technology now. So being a student also, I am quite sure that while learning about educational technology, I want myself to be I want myself to be more equipped with technology so that I can make my classes much better. Not that I should be replaced by the education technology. Only thing is I can make use of that tool which helps me to make my classes much, much better and my students to learn much, much better. So, but what I could see is that while joining MTech technology and all education technology, what I could understand is that now we are moving to a situation in which where the students come select their own. But that's what I told you earlier in my introduction itself. We are going to an anarchy where the students will be giving complete freedom. I don't know how will it going to be. So much flexibility. There is so much flexibility. Yeah.
In addition to madam, what you suggested, I really appreciate your opinion, expressions, and the practical experience. My concern is very simple. Still, we are living in such a era. We
Yes.
remember Mahatma Gandhi's speech. We remember Nehru's speech. We remember all stalwarts who they are not alive now. They passed more than 100 or 200 years already gone. Even Atalji, but we are not remembering the persons who are live now and who's because the trust is not on the words, trust is on the character.
Yes.
Trust is on the things what they have done, they lived, and they, as you say, organized the things for the betterment of society. A teacher who lives live, who teaches in front of the student, then and then only this can be possible, otherwise
Yes.
not.
Yes.
Thank you madam.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
very much happy to listen that in a such a era, like your thinking and your approach is still working in your environment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, sir, but we always talk about developed countries. But when we go to even in US, I was doing what is postdoc in education technology. Actually, it was something related to energy. But what I could understand is that they never deny the physical experience for the students, because during my first postdoc, I was trying to develop an educational app which is based on experiential learning approach, where the student, he goes to the ground or he goes to the field, nearby neighborhood field, using the mobile phone. He'll be collecting the ground truth data which can be given to the Google. So I was collaborating with Google, and NASA. So this was uploaded to the Google platform, and they Google Earth, and the particular data which is used, and NASA will be adding all other details to it, and this particular data will come to the classroom. So we are using the technology, but we never deny the physical atmosphere for the students. That is the thing we need to appreciate the developed countries. So, but what we do is that we take only the halfway part. We take only the technology, but we just
That is the
deny
problem.
or
My
really,
concern
yeah,
is the
that is the
same.
problem.
Yeah.
And what I understood is that they are going back to the nature. They are going back to nature. Or the students if there is a chance for the students to experience the real nature, they never use the virtual environment.
Correct,
Virtual
correct.
environment are used only in places where we are not able to use our real process.
Natural, correct,
So,
correct.
yeah.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Deshmukh sir, Dr. Senan ma'am, for a lively session. Any more questions, participants? No. Okay.
Okay. So thank you so much. I think because even in this late hour, I am so happy that so many professors, much elder to me, sitting and hearing my words with my limited experience. So I am so happy, and I express my sincere gratitude and thanks to Dr. D.N. Moore sir for giving me an opportunity to have a very good session with professors and teachers from colleges of Maharashtra and even I think South India. And I think some of my students might have joined because I have circulated this among my students also, because they are also learning educational policy and planning as one of the paper. So they do need to work on this, how our educational policies come. And my second postdoc actually was in the educational policy and planning by Fulbright. And it was a huge experience for me because I was working in US with a very good university, with many universities. I had chances of visiting many of the great universities like Wisconsin, Clarkson University, San Jose University, even California State University and Florida State University. So many universities I could visit, and I could speak with many experts. So that all add, I think that there is an only experience which do I have, and I was speaking from that experiences. So thank you for bearing with me in this late hour also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of Nanded Education Society, People's College Nanded, I am extremely thankful to Professor Dr. Divya Senan ma'am for a very lively session, and we look forward for more collaborations with you in years to come. I am also thankful to all the participants, Dr. Deshmukh sir and others, for their lively questions and making this session more lively even in the afternoon session. I am thankful to the convener, Dr. D.N. More, principal, Dr. R.M. Zadhav sir, and all the staff members and IQAC members for making this session possible. I hand over the session to Dr. D.N. More for further instructions. Dr. D.N. More, sir.
We will meet sharp at 2 o'clock for the third session, in which Dr. Prantik Banerjee will deliver a talk on the topic which has been assigned to him. So, sir is with us.
Yeah. Sir, can I say something?
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
hello.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You
Sure.
are welcome.
Good afternoon. I had requested Dr. More to actually have my session at 2, thinking that, today being the opening, colleges and in our university, colleges have reopened today. And I was kind of anticipating a couple of meetings in the afternoon, or rather in the morning. And well, those meetings, one meeting was cancelled. And I have been following both the previous speaker for some time as well as Divya ma'am's talk. So I'm very much here with you. And if you feel that, that the program can continue without any break or without any interruption, I'll be most glad to oblige.
Dr. More, sir. Dr. More? Dr. More, sir.
आम्ही कंटिन्यू करावं का?
Yes, you can, sir.
That's what I said.
Sir, yes, sir. We'll continue, sir, then.
Absolutely. Yeah, fine.
We will continue, sir.
Sure.
No problem. We will continue.
Chidesa is there? Dr.
No. He is not here. He is not here.
Just call him, or I will call him. Okay, sir.
But he told me that he will take 10 minutes to join. Okay, no problem. We'll continue.
More, you continue. You have the biodata.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Just 1 minute, dear participants. Dear participants, so far as this one-day webinar on blended mode of teaching learning is concerned, we are going to switch to the third session, in which Dr. Prantik Banerjee is with us. There is no need to introduce Dr. Prantik Banerjee, because many of the participants have already heard the excellent deliberations of Prantik Banerjee sir in various online and offline conferences in Maharashtra and other states in India as well. He is an associate professor of English in the department of English, Hislop College, Nagpur, and he is very much interested to speak on various topics related to teaching, learning, evaluation process. Specifically, as he served a long time in the higher education institutes in the capacity of assistant professor and then the professor. He also served in the capacity of the coordinator of internal quality assurance cell. Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir has a wide experience related to the technological enabled teaching learning as well. Hence, the topic which is given to him for this deliberation is blended mode of teaching learning and the future of higher education. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. My colleague, Dr. Balaji Chirde, sir, who is going to take this session, is joining. Just 1 minute. Chirde, sir.
Hello.
Chirde, sir. Dr. Prantik Banerjee is with us, and his suggestion is that we will continue the third session instead of giving a break of half an hour.
Okay, why not?
Just to go share his short CV to the participants.
Yeah. Welcome to all participants. We have a distinguished guest now, Dr. Prantik Banerjee. We had visited to Hislop College in 2016 in a national conference. We had experienced his work and we have realized the image and the work he has set, a model he has set in his college through NAC and IQAC program. And he has participated in various national and international conferences, and he is member of various BOs, member of various universities and institutions. He has also participated and he has his own contribution in national policies, national education policies. And he's accredited with various universities and institutions like TCS Bangalore, NAC RUSA. He is trainer of NAC RUSA, and he is also national faculty trainer of AIA CHE New Delhi. And he has delivered his talks in various national and international universities and institutions. He has published very important books like Cultural Studies, Text and Context, Datson's publishers, Nagpur. He has published short stories, poems, and various articles has been published. He has participated in various international conferences and talked on various topics like some recent talks and publications we can share. I can share with you. Building histories and healing stories, trauma in refugees narratives. Whose baby is it anyway? Marketing motherhood and outsourcing wounds in narratives of the natal. Actually, his CV is of 4 pages. I cannot go through all his activities, and he is very good model of all students. We have listened him in Hislop College, and we were really in what we can say. We are very grateful that he has participated in our today's webinar, and I welcome Dr. Pantik Banerjee. Please deliver your speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Chirade. And a couple of things. First of all, the reason I said let's not give a break, although my talk was scheduled at 2, the reason being was our previous speaker, Professor Divya, kept saying that it's pretty late in the afternoon, and I was wondering how many of our participants are going to stay awake or be with us for the next session if it is already late afternoon for her session. I normally don't really like the idea of being, for a late afternoon session, primarily because, one is aware that after lunch, our attention spans gradually diminish, gradually decline. And being a post-lunch speaker, I don't relish the idea of being a post-lunch speaker. However, it was on my request that Dr. More actually gave me the afternoon slot. More importantly, I think, first of all, heartiest congratulations to the management, the principal, the faculty, and the students of People's College for celebrating. It's a very, very important landmark. It's a very important historical moment for the college and its entire academic fraternity that you are celebrating 71 years. This is your Founders' Day. And therefore, I also feel especially privileged and honored that for having invited me to address, or rather to share some of my observations. So heartiest congratulations to the management, to the society office bearers, Dr. Yadav, principal of the college, Dr. Mori, and the faculty and students. 71 years in a college's in the history of a college is a milestone, and I speak from experience because my own college, Professor Chirote was talking about the conference that he and a few others attended in Hislop College, Nagpur, and our college is 138 years old. So we but I like to believe, I always believe that we are 138 years young rather than 130 years old. I hate the word old because I believe that growing up is mandatory, growing old is optional. And therefore, a college such as ours, which is almost 138 years, we are a heritage college. And I'm sure your college also is gradually moving towards the wonderful landmark of completing 100 years. You will, in quick time, how the years flash by, in quick time, you would be making a century. Your institution also will be a century maker. So with those wishes to the management, to the principal and the staff, I think the third thing before I plunge into my talk, walk you through my talk, is also that for a college that is celebrating 71 years as on its Founders' Day, I think nothing could have been more appropriate, more important than talking about higher education, and especially a concept or a policy in the making, which is going to completely transform or anticipates a complete transformation in the landscape of higher education. What the UGC concept note on blended learning has done or rather is predicting. It is a predictive project. It is not been implemented. It is a predictive college. It's a predictive concept, and it has already invited, the UGC has already invited all the stakeholders, the various stakeholders that are part of our higher education ecosystem, policymakers, principals, vice chancellors, faculty, senior faculty, and students, alumni, parents, and teachers to take part in the discussion. It's already there. The entire concept note is there on the UGC homepage, on the UGC website. And what the UGC is doing is to invite many of the issues and challenges, some of which have already been touched upon and talked about by the two speakers of today's webinar. Given the context that, much like the Kothari Commission in the 1960s, as well as higher education policies subsequently in the 80s and the 1990s have done, is that every time there is a policy decision, its effects are of two types. One are short-term consequences, short-term effects, its immediate impact, and second are long-term consequences or long-term impact. And I think, therefore, given the context that this policy is probably going to impact the scenario of higher education in the next 20 to 25 years, what we are going to discuss, what we are going to debate and discuss in today's webinar carries a lot of significance. And I do wish that as teachers, for example, who have joined, teachers from not just in Maharashtra, but other states also, I'm told, I do wish that as stakeholders, as people who are very much involved and engaged in the curriculum delivery in our colleges and universities, I think we should not shy away from taking part in giving a feedback, in giving us suggestions and ideas or inputs to UGC. Let us not hold back our observations on the new concept note on blended learning, because after all, whatever the UGC is proposing is going to affect the way in which we teachers teach, and the way in which our students will learn. So our future is at stake. Having said that, I thought I'll speak. I knew that I was the third speaker, and many of the things on blended learning that the UGC has already put, these would already have been talked about and discussed. So what I propose to do maybe in the next hour or so is that I'm going to look at that UGC concept note in terms of 9 questions, 9 questions, 9 issues, questions that are related to issues that after having read the UGC concept note on blended learning, these are questions that I have been working with, and I'm sure many of these questions, which are issue-based questions, are things that might have occurred to you as well, and you also might be debating and discussing it with your friends and colleagues. The topic of my talk is the future of higher education, a cloud over classroom. Is the future of higher education a cloud over classroom? And like I said, I would be putting forth before you, I would be presenting some of my observations on the UGC's blended learning model. Before I move further, let me share my screen, and I request the organizers to let me co-host and share my screen. So can you please let me share my screen by making me a host?
Yes, sir. Yes. Just a minute.
this is what technology can do. I mean, there is always this tipping point, whether things will work out or not. Yeah.
Sir, you are co-host now, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Just confirm, please confirm with me. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. Right. So, like I said, what I have chose as the title of my talk is the future of higher education a cloud over classroom? And by cloud, I mean not the rain-bearing clouds, not the monsoon clouds. Obviously, I mean cloud as a platform, as a digital platform. So is the future of higher education a cloud over classroom? And observations on UGC's blended learning program, blended learning model. Friends, look again at all these spaces that we were so used to 15 months back, or almost a year and a half now. I mean, the classrooms, the laboratories, the learning resource centers, the playgrounds and the sports field, the canteen, our college canteens, our college auditoriums, all of these have been emptied out and silenced by a deadly, dangerous, self-mutating virus. And already when we are talking about the viruses, we are talking about so many new variants of the virus. So truly, the COVID-19 virus has created, an unprecedented disruption in the landscape of higher education, both globally as well as in India. And what it has unleashed is not only a health crisis, not only a medical catastrophe or a medical disaster. It has brought about a cascade of unimaginable disruptions. Disruptions in our personal lives, disruptions in our workplaces, disruptions also in the way in which we are teaching and learning. In our own country, as schools and colleges were shut down in the second week of March last year as a preventive measure to contain the spread of COVID-19. Now, almost, a year later, it's June, it's end of June, and very soon it'll be July. We are still debating. Higher authorities are still debating whether to reopen. Today, like I said, although our university today was the reopening for the next for the academic session 21-22. Yet there is already a notification, a government circular from the collector of Nagpur stating that perhaps schools and colleges will continue to remain closed. So the COVID-19 has truly, created a pandemonium. It's not just a pandemic, but it has created a pandemonium, which means basically it has unleashed a situation of complete social disorder. And more importantly, it has impacted the future of nearly 32 crore young Indian students. I mean, this crisis has pushed educators to rethink and reshape the way we teach, the way we evaluate, the way we deliver the curriculum. It wouldn't be wrong to suggest that the COVID-19 has brought about a paradigm shift, in our education ecosystem. If we remember what we did last year, once the first wave started, some immediate steps that we took as educators in response to the pandemic, in response to the first wave was, it included, we shifted our entire teaching process online. We started conducting online assessment on a trial and error basis. We created content, we curated and created content which was suitable, making it suitable for remote learning using technology and tools, among others. However, I mean, the transition, this transition of teaching learning process from an offline to an online mode has had its share of challenges. Some immediate challenges, it's almost a year that we have been teaching online, and we already are now familiar with some of the challenges and problems that we faced while delivering our syllabus, while delivering our curriculum. I mean, lack of poor access or limited access to internet, both for students as well as for teachers, particularly in rural areas. Lack of uninterrupted power supply. I'm sure you have experienced during many webinars or even your online classroom teaching that, well, the electricity gods have not always been with us, and suddenly there has been a power cut or load shedding. And that also has kind of interrupted the seamless transition from offline to online teaching. At least last year, we also had a problem of teachers not having time, not being trained enough to make this shift from offline to online teaching. Many of our teachers had to be, trained and made familiar. They had to get themselves familiar with all the digital tools and the online platforms. And even now, although we have been teaching online for nearly 15 months, there still is an absence of a robust monitoring system. The considerable loss, more importantly, the considerable loss that we have experienced in establishing a rapport, between with our students in a physical classroom. In a physical classroom, the teacher wasn't just a teacher. He was more importantly a mentor and a facilitator. And it was the teacher who sort of instilled confidence among the students. It was the teacher who established a rapport with the students. It was the teacher who was not just, a guide by the side, who wasn't just a sage on the stage, but a guide by the side. Also, we have seen that this online teaching has psychologically impacted our students, leading to digital stress and psychological burnout. It's not been easy if it's been difficult for teachers to make the transition from offline to online. Well, our students have also had their share of problems, including psychological burnout. In our own homes, those of us who have children, either in school or in colleges, we have seen the difficulties that they have faced even though they have been attending classes, even though they have been following the lectures online most of the time. But one could clearly see that it has had a tremendous psychological impact. Also, the lockdown hasn't really helped, and what we are doing is something extraordinary in extraordinary circumstances. So I wonder whether, how the images that you see on the slide of the empty classrooms, the empty laboratories, how soon we will come back to a normal, what will be a new normal, as they say. Well, the pandemic, if you look at the pandemic, it has been the black swan, what is called the black swan moment of the century. It has already been talked about as the black swan moment of the century, something that causes a huge transformative change in the way we not only teach and learn, but in the way in which we lead our lives. I mean, so far as education is concerned, it has already, the COVID-19 crisis has already made us shift the entire curriculum into online, onto online platforms, whether it is Google or Microsoft or WebEx, etc. I mean, teaching our students in an online mode has forced even some of the most traditional chalk and talk teachers, to curate, to learn how to curate content digitally and to adopt ICT to some extent. There are teachers in every college, in every educational space who are of different age groups, and I'm talking there are young teachers who are probably putting in 5 to 10 years of experience. And there are some very senior seasoned teachers people like me who have, for the better part of their teaching careers have been teaching only on a chalk and talk mode. The transition, therefore, has been extremely difficult. But at the same time, even though we have shifted, from education 1.0, which was the model, the Guru Shishya Parampara, the model, the traditional model, till the 70s, and then we had computers coming in the late 80s, so the education paradigm was called Education 2.0, and then came the internet and the web, and the education paradigm or the education model further shifted from 2.0 to Education 3.0. One thing I feel, we all have become e-practitioners. We all have become e-teachers. But we must realize that teaching online is not simply putting up, our lessons on a virtual platform. It's not just allowing everything that begins with an E, I mean, e-devices, the devices through which we are connected today, right now, in this webinar, the e-resources, the e-portals, the e-platforms. It's not simply putting everything that begins with the letter E to enter into our online classrooms. And let me say this with a great deal of responsibility, that an indiscriminate use of e-material, only e-material, exclusive e-material in delivering online lectures may actually take our students away from the desirable learning outcomes. I mean, an excessive use, by that I mean an excessive use of apps and tools and platforms can exhaust rather than excite our students. I'm sure you have had an experience where we are talking about digital exhaustion, digital fatigue, or digital burnout. As teachers, it's not been easy. You see, I have changed the power of my lens, the power of my glasses in 1 year. In 1 year, my power has actually doubled. And the reason simply has been that I've been staring into a digital screen for hours together. I mean, as teachers, we have been on the digital platform staring at our computer screens, our laptop screens, or our mobile phones for at least a minimum of 3 to 4 hours every day. And so have our students. My own, so I've seen, that there is already something called digital exhaustion. There is digital fatigue, and it's not easy. So what I'm trying to tell you, friends, is that the dynamics of a real-time face-to-face classroom, the dynamics of a real-time face-to-face classroom cannot be totally substituted by using, for example, the share option that I asked our host today on Microsoft or Zoom or Google Meet to present content. E-learning or e-teaching is not just about content generation. It is not just about content curation. There is more to a student's learning experience than technology-enabled applications and tools. And we must understand, therefore, that online teaching, what we have been doing for the past 15 months, and what the UGC recommends in the blended teaching mode, can be productive for learners, our students, only when teachers incorporate, please pay attention, only when teachers incorporate the best practices of the traditional physical classroom. And what are the best practices of the traditional physical classroom? Something that you and I have been doing for years, a good lesson plan, making a good lesson plan, an effective delivery, our communication with our students, our interactions with our students, problem solving with our students, and of course, a robust and rigorous assessment and feedback. These are some of the things that we have been doing in the physical or the offline mode of teaching for years together, and they cannot be substituted or entirely replaced by simply moving from an offline to an online mode. Yes, it is true that the COVID-19 crisis has forced us to fast track, higher education from 2.0 to 3.0. But it also has given, rise to perhaps a situation where what I call has the pandemic turned learning experience into an infodemic. And by that, I don't merely mean the fake news that circulates in social media. Infodemic. I mean, we talk about using e-resources, and we have been giving our students so many YouTube videos, hyperlinks, resources, content from Google, content from the UGC platforms such as SWAM and ePathshala. We've been making our own videos. Teachers have been making their own videos. All of it is good, but one must be also careful that we do not, in the name of online learning, that we don't drown our students, that we don't intimidate our students with too much of e-material. As researchers, for example, forget about, let's keep research. Even as teachers, it's been so easy for us to look up a topic on Google. And I say that, I keep telling my own students that don't mistake Wikipedia to be your university and Google to be your professor. Don't mistake Wikipedia to be your university and Google to be your professor. Trust the teacher in the class, even if it is in an online mode. And I've had experiences where some students, because of their access to the net, not everything that is on Wikipedia is factual, is objective, is empirically tested. After all, Wikipedia, like many other things on the net, is an open access knowledge repository. Even you and I can add something to Wikipedia. But how much of that knowledge or how much of that material or how much of that information is actually confirmed is actually questionable. And therefore, I tell my students that even as we have moved from an offline to an online mode, do not get bombarded. Do not allow yourself to be bombarded by too much of so much of information that the pandemic makes your learning an infodemic. To my teacher friends here, or those who are wanting to do research in perhaps on the impact of technology on higher education, I would recommend these two books. One is by Nathan Nussbaum, Not for Profit. The title of the book is Not for Profit. And Yuval Noah Harari, one of the most followed and influential political as well as social thinkers, social scientists of today's times. 21 lessons for the 21st century. Yuval Noah Harari, in fact, has predicted that in the near future, algorithms and data analytics will move education from 3.0 to 4.0. We are already in education 3.0. And in his book, he talks about how education will move very soon in the next 5 to 10 years. It will move from 3.0 to 4.0. Education, and that is algorithms and data analytics will begin to determine what we produce, what knowledge we produce, how we disseminate knowledge, and how we consume knowledge. Already, you see, Google Maps are deciding where we go. Netflix decides what we watch, and Amazon decides what we buy. In the near future, it's possible, and this is what Yuval Harari says, that algorithms are likely to decide what, how, and where our students are going to study. So, the question that I would like to pose to today's participants is the future of higher education then in India going to be a cloud-based platform? This is something interesting. I'm not going to go into detail. It's called an experiment that was conducted in 1999 by this computer professor of computer science named Sugata Mitra. He called it the hole in the wall experiment. And this was something that he did for students, not students, but for children in a slum in New Delhi. What he did was that he put a computer in the wall of his company, a wall facing the slum, because every day he would look at students, or rather the children of the slums, just playing and loitering without going to the school. And so he wanted to conduct a social experiment. So what he did was that he put a computer in a hole and then observed. He put a camera, a CCTV, and he observed. And in the next 1 week, in 7 days, what he observed was something amazing, that children of the slums who were not even going to school were actually spending a lot of time before the computer. It had an internet connectivity, and they were spending so much of time before the computer looking up, not for entertainment. No, they were searching, they were using the search engines such as Google in order to learn without a teacher or a trainer training them on how to operate a computer. So this particular model of teaching is called a non-invasive educational environment. And friends, Sugata Mitra's experiment was such a huge success because it enabled, or rather it attracted students from a slum. Because of their computer interaction, it got them to enroll in the corporation school in the neighborhood. This is the transformative experience that computers can do. They can bring children, parents such as the rickshawalas and the beggars who were not sending their children to school, back to school. And this has been, for conducting this social experiment so successfully, Sugata Mitra got almost, a $1.2 million contract from Stanford University as well as from Google in order to take his experiment, his educational social experiment, to all parts of the world. Well, what's the connection here? The connection that I'm trying to make is that UGC, when UGC is talking about blended learning, it is also trying to look at the transformative possibilities of online or digital learning. It has, like I said, as we perhaps very soon, return to normalcy, there is which is a distinct possibility that students along with teachers can get back to classrooms maybe in a couple of months from now. UGC, this concept note on blended note, UGC is suggesting that this document be followed, this learning model be implemented in universities and colleges. What really is blended learning? I'm not going to go into the details because the previous speakers have already told you about what blended learning is. To put it very simply, blended learning is a mix of online and face-to-face learning strategies. I mean, when we are using blended learning, or what is also called hybrid learning, the purpose is to combine the strengths of both traditional as well as computer-mediated methods in order to give our learners a more diverse, a richer, a more diverse and stimulating experience. This hybrid model, blended learning, proposed by UGC, is also called the phygital learning. The PHY GITAL, the PHY from physical and the GTAL from digital. Of course, there are many advantages. The great advantage for students in blended learning is that they can follow their course, they can follow the syllabus, both in time that is synchronous as well as asynchronous mode, thereby optimizing learning outcomes. Also, because of online mode teaching, many universities and colleges, even perhaps your college, would have invited specialists, some experts, not only from India, but also from abroad, to deliver some special lectures on special topics of the syllabus. I mean, the fact that we have, digital technology has made it so easy to connect digitally, for us to connect digitally. There have been, all colleges and universities have been inviting experts from all across the world in order to deliver, in order to teach some specific models. So it is now possible to imagine an ecosystem, for example, where a student in Nagpur, in a college in Nagpur, can attend an economics class in his college, and then log in to, let's say, a class on data analytics, where the session is being taken by a global expert in an online mode. Think about this. I mean, we already perhaps have experienced where we have been able to invite teachers from not only in India, but even from abroad, some good universities. Earlier, physically, it would not have been possible. So it is justifiable to say that in blended learning, teachers and students can experience the best of both worlds. And it is a model of pedagogy that has already been followed by a number of universities and colleges in the West. It's not something new. Blended learning is not something new. It has been one of the educational models that has been followed by universities and colleges abroad for the last 10 years or so. And studies have actually shown, educational studies, empirical studies have shown that students have performed better in a blended model of learning in comparison with the traditional model. But remember, again, when I say this, I'm simply stating the findings of a report. But remember that this is related to Western education. The purpose of my talk today is to point out, is to discuss with you, is blended learning as recommended by UGC possible, given the many, many issues and challenges that we have in India? So what the rationale, the reason that UGC has given for this blended learning proposal are already there on your slide, and I'm not going to go through them. This you will find even in their concept note. But the one thing that I find interesting is that the blended learning model is, the UGC has aligned it with some of the recommendations and suggestions of the National Education Policy, the NEP 2020. For example, making it easier for students to what they call to follow lifelong learning, with multiple exit and entry points. I mean, in a blended learning mode, which the UGC recommends, a student can join a course for 6 months, gain some credits, and then continue with work, and then perhaps when the student feels more comfortable, can rejoin the course, complete the other 2 years, and then credits are transferred, which means that the student is able to get a degree or a diploma, depending upon the duration of the course that he or she takes at the student's convenience. So the NEP 2020 suggests multiple exit and entry points for students, and that makes, let us say, that makes a 35-year-old graduate who perhaps had to drop out of education and take up a job to continue to pursue his career, to pursue his dreams of completing a postgraduate or a master's course. So the blended learning makes possible some of the recommendations and suggestions of NEP 2020, like the transfer of credits. But what are the issues? Well, the first one is, will blended learning promote equity and access for all in learning? Yes, the blended learning or the hybrid model offers great benefits. We said it offers to our students flexibility, convenience, quality of content, and there is tremendous scope. Blended learning gives tremendous scope for sharing between teachers, for sharing knowledge or content between teachers and learners. It is also, blended learning also makes it possible to democratize education by promoting inclusion and participation. What about blended learning and its practicality in India? In India, as the previous speaker says, first of all, 65% of our students study in rural areas. They are from rural areas with poor internet connectivity. Our students in the countryside don't have smartphones. They don't have computers. They don't have laptops, and accessing, going online, as many of my students have done. When the first lockdown, when the first wave happened, we get students from, in Hislop, we get students from many other cities outside Nagpur, many other states. And so they had to rush back home when they could. But then they didn't have a laptop, not even a smartphone. And many of them attend our classes, are still attending our classes from a cyber cafe, where again, you can imagine how students are forced from the larger spaces of our classrooms, how poor students in rural countrysides are forced to be cooped up in small little cyber cafes, where again, there might be issues of bandwidth and connectivity. So when we talk about the digital divide, yes, in India, the digital divide certainly runs very deep and very wide. So, and also remember that statistics show, at least if you have done a survey in your own college, I mean, in these 15 months, there has been a tremendous dropout. Students have simply dropped out because they don't have the means to continue with their education online. The National Education Policy 2020 aims at achieving a gross enrollment ratio, a GER of 50% by 2025. What is for sure is that this pandemic has clearly delayed this target by at least a few decades. It's almost impossible now. So, when we are thinking of using technology in blended learning, we must ensure that this learning is reliable, and it is something that is easy to use by all stakeholders. And we do not lose out 65% of our students who are from small villages and towns in India. The second question is, how much technology should be used in blended learning? When we bring technology into the classroom, we must first clearly define what that technology will be, how it will be used, and what learning goals it will serve. How interactive will our e-learning courses, how interactive will they be? Are we going to encourage our students to use technology on a daily basis or on an occasional basis? And how will we distribute the syllabus? Even if we are to adopt the UGC blended learning model, then how are we to distribute the syllabus among offline and online modes? I mean, blended learning as a concept, as an education model seems to be fine, but before we adopt and implement this across the country, it's very important to pay attention to these many questions and issues. After all, the entire mechanism must be structured systematically if blended learning has to fulfill the learning outcomes of our students. Take the question of blend. The word blend means a combination of traditional teaching methods and with technology. But then what should be the ratio? What should be the ratio of this blend? Well, the UGC concept note says that 40% of a course should be delivered online and 60% of the course should be delivered offline. But it may not be feasible for all 40,000 higher educational institutions in our country to adopt what the UGC recommends in its model, that the ratio between 40% to 60%. Because after all, this ratio, how much offline and how much of online teaching we will do, will depend upon local realities, regional variations, as well as the capacities of institutions, faculties, and students that may differ from not only from state to state or district to district, but even within the city. Even within the city, in a city like Nagpur, not all colleges have the same, the same logistics or the same digital infrastructure. So when the UGC suggests that in the blended model of learning, 40% has to be delivered online and 60%, well, that model, it's not a it cannot be adopted as a one-size-fits-all model. These are things that we need to consider. We need to plan. And what therefore is the solution? The solution is that there has to be some autonomy given to universities and colleges to figure out, to customize this combination or this ratio according to their own individual requirements, according to their own institutional requirements. Second, to the same question, how much technology should be used in blended learning? Are we even prepared to embrace technology in 100%? Yes, UGC for the past 5 years or so has developed a very deep and a very content-rich, open access repository, such as SWAYAM platform, the ePathshala. It also offers several courses online for MOOCs, for example. But then now they have to be constantly upgraded. Before we adopt and implement the blended learning model, these open access learning repositories have to be augmented. If you go to the list, if you go to the UGC list of MOOCs that are being offered, you will find that even now, with more than 115 courses that the website shows, there are still plenty of subjects which are not covered under MOOC. So before we adopt a technology where our education is going to shift 40% online, we have to ensure, we have to create the necessary digital resources. We just can't adopt technology without any preparation. What about teachers? Are we teachers trained to adopt blended mode of curriculum delivery? Once again, if teachers are to turn into e-practitioners, if the default mode of teaching learning becomes online, then friends, the central and state agencies in education, all of them have to quickly set up training courses to train teachers in a massive way, in a very big way. I mean, the HRD centers of each university in India must design and administer workshops for teachers to facilitate this smooth transition from offline to blended mode of learning. The UGC concept note recommends that in order to use blended learning model, teachers should be provided training for at least 45 to 50 hours in the blended learning model. So before we even implement this, what the UGC recommends, we must ensure that there are enough number of teacher training programs under FDP, the Faculty Development Program, the Short-Term Teacher Training Program, STTP, or the Faculty Improvement Program schemes, or even ATAL, for example, the refresher courses and orientation courses of ATAL, or ARPIT. We must ensure that our teachers are prepared, they are trained in order to use the blended model of teaching and learning for our students. Without training, simply implementing this model is going to be a disaster. Is this what we are going to be in the future? Is this what the teacher is going to look like? The perfect online teacher? We all have, work from home, WFH. Before the pandemic, we used to work for home and used to work in colleges. The pandemic has shifted from work for home to work from home and has made exceptional demands on teachers to upgrade their skills. We have learned multitasking. We've learned to, use digital tools. We have also learned to curate our material. We have administered online tests and taken feedback and assessment of our students online. All of this is fine. But is there something called the perfect online teacher? I don't think so. There isn't something called a perfect online teacher, and I'll explain to you why. Continuing with the challenges, these are some of the realities. These are some of the realities that we need to discuss, consider before we accept the UGC model. Is blended learning effective equally across all streams and subjects? Like I told you, that the blending learning model is not a one-size-fits-all model. For example, the model may not be a natural fit for courses which require a hands-on or a practical approach. I mean, it's easy, perhaps it's easier to teach English, history, or political science online, you will agree with me, rather than teaching mathematics or physics or chemistry. My own teachers in college, my science teachers, my colleagues from the science department have told me how difficult it has been to transfer the entire teaching model on digital platform. So it's important that in order to adopt blended learning, we must customize it according to the subject, and the ratio. We must also determine the ratio of online to classroom session. Another big white elephant in our room is this question: will the government and the HRD ministry financially support institutions for adopting the new model? If you visit the homepage of UGC and look at the document on blended learning, this is what the UGC says, and I quote, so far as financial assistance is concerned. It says, the UGC says, it must be ensured that required infrastructure for online systems such as accessibility of internet, bandwidth, hardware space, and other related resources must be made easily available for the smooth execution of blended teaching learning process. And then from the same document, there is another line which says that financial aid required to develop the infrastructure and resources must also be taken care of. Who will take care of? Please answer me. Who will take care of? Already the Maharashtra government has announced a 40% reduction in its annual budget for the next financial year. And it has also mentioned that hereafter there will be no recruitment or filling up of vacancies. Obviously because of the pandemic, the cut in budget allocation for higher education has been drastic, both in the union budget as well as in the state budget. And if we are to successfully, shift partly, even though it is partly, to an offline, to a blended learning model, then it requires tremendous investment. Universities and colleges not generate the resources. They don't really have the funds to put in place an infrastructure that would make blended model efficacious. So the question remains, who will take care of? Who will take care of the financial cost of shifting from the traditional method to a blended model? Yes, agreed that blended learning model has a great payoff for students and teachers, but the model also demands high investment. it's a high cost model. It is an extremely high cost model. The previous speaker was mentioning about her experiences in San Jose University. Well, San Jose University is one of the Ivy League universities where remember, higher education in Western universities are not subsidized. And a typical program strength or a course strength, the number of students who enroll for a typical program or course is not more than 20. How are we to do this in a classroom where the average size of our class is more than 100? Well, the government has not really spelled out, either the union government or the state government hasn't really spelled out that how are they going, what amount and how are they, and how much of financial assistance are they going to give if we are to accept blended learning model. What about employability? Employability of students who graduate under this blended learning model. You see, when we talk about a policy in higher education, we must think of all these matters. It's not just moving from one technology, one way of teaching to another way of to a technology enabled teaching. We have to look for the many consequences. Employability, there already, when we talk about employability of our graduates, there is already our higher education and the job market suffers from a complete disconnect for a long time now. And the COVID-19 crisis has redefined the importance of certain skills. Our youngsters, our graduates, our would-be graduates need to be skilled. One survey shows that 89%, 89% of companies that in the survey believe that our colleges and universities must redesign the curriculum in such a way that students are trained in online digital skills, computer skills, digital competency, and soft skills. Soft skills such as creative thinking, problem solving, time management, leadership roles, etc. Now, these skills are critical for improving the job prospects of graduates. Our economy has been on a downturn. The market is completely burnt out. And we are looking at a very bleak future where perhaps the number of jobs, the number of jobs that may be available to our graduating students may be very few. In this scenario, therefore, if blended learning model is to succeed, then we must ensure that the curriculum itself is redesigned in order to upgrade the employability skills of our students so that once they graduate under the blended model, they are employment ready. Already, you see, some of the universities in the last 1.5 years has taken some measures. For example, the IITs and the IIMs, for example, have upgraded. They have put their entire skill training programs online. Infosys has recently tied up with many top Indian universities in order to make students career ready by giving them project experience in what they call virtually simulated situations, VSS. Last year, IIM Kolkata took a bold step when they launched two online master track certificate programs in management science and supply chain analytics by collaborating with Coursera, which is, as you know, an online platform. But then we are talking about the IIMs and the IITs. What about most of the universities in India simply don't have the know-how, the tech know-how, nor the resources to put their skill training program for graduates online. Because once again, there is a huge cost involved in it. Friends, what about um, what about teacher recruitment? Will blended learning lead to a reduction of teacher recruitment? Because after all, this is about our careers, or those who want to join the higher education profession. Will it mean additional workload for in-service teachers? You see, ever since the UGC made the project public, several teachers' organizations and student bodies have red flagged what they perceive are threats to the teaching community. I mean, the Delhi University Teachers Association has released, probably some of you have already know, they have released a 13-page long document explaining why they think the blended learning model in India will be a non-starter. DUTA feels that adoption of this model for the higher education in India would mean that fewer teachers will be employed. And in their press statement, they say that, that the policies may reduce the workload for teachers, leading to lesser recruitment, leading to lesser vacancies. Now, these are things that we cannot ignore. We have to consider them. Why? Because it's a disturbing reality. It is already a disturbing reality that across the country, over 30,000 teaching posts already are lying vacant, even as lakhs and lakhs of aspirants have been waiting for permanent appointments. So contracting and ad hocism of teachers in higher education is not the solution for implementing blended learning model in India. It will in fact worsen the situation for teachers. Do we need to revise? Do we need to revise learning outcomes? Yes, we need to. After all, we cannot adopt a learning model without first designing the learning outcomes. The UGC concept has already given us a model. It has given us a template, what they call curriculum planning or course planning. And there, as you can see from the table, which is there on the UGC concept note, what they have suggested is that we break the syllabus into modules. And then teachers also need to decide which modules will be delivered in an online mode, which will be delivered in an offline mode. And within an online mode, which are the many ways, whether it will be, for example, through a MOOC or through different digital platforms such as an OER or an URL. This is the
Pratik sir, shall I disturb you?
Yes, please.
I'm Dr. Hemchandra Deshmukh from Aurangabad. Right from the beginning, I am observing your lecture. And in the whole blended learning, everything required right from the SIM card, laptop, mobile, everything, even wire, etc. And all these things comes from the business or industry area. Okay. And if they want to introduce and support to this system, they can dictate their terms and conditions to the government or to the society also. This is the first thing. Second thing is that in blended learning, what required is that the student must have the ability to handle each devices or the instruments. And third most important thing is that everything requires a cost. Even you are not in a position to monthly use 3,000 to 4,000 rupees for your recharging. A common student, more than 60% in rural area, you are from Maharashtra, I am also from Maharashtra, I know it very well, what is the status of colleges. Only 1 or 2 colleges are having the ability to cope up with the change.
Yeah.
And the next question is that, is the institution running colleges are in a position to provide this facility? And on government side, where they are not recruiting at present, they are cutting the teachers also at present. and how they are going to give all these facility for blended learning. It means at one side you are showing the what you call it as a Marathi Indradhanusha, and at the same time you don't have any single, as you say, matches to light up your, as you say, diya. So this is a fallacy. This is
That is,
not a blended learning. This is a blunder learning,
um,
because it is going to kill the generation to generation. Not at present. 5 to 10 years, it is not going to affect.
yeah.
But after 10 years, nobody can imagine that what type of disastrous thing happens. The reason is that the models which are shown in Europe, the colleges which are shown in, as you say, different countries, they are having a very simple model: 10 to 20 students in a class with 4 teachers, and we are having the student where there is no space to sit there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So and the question is that my concern and worry is that you missed that point. I'm sorry to say you, because all these are the devices or instruments are manufactured either in India or outside India. Even we are not in a position to manufacture the card which is required for laptop and mobile. And businessmen always concentrates on business only. They are not charity making, as you say, people.
Yeah.
Gone are the days like Tata and Birla. Huh? At present, everybody is trying to exploit the opportunity and situation.
So that
So
is,
my concern is that if education goes into the hands of this type of people, either international or national, what about the direction and decision and execution? Thank you very much. Sorry for disturbing you.
in fact, what you said summarizes my entire talk. My entire talk has, if you have been following from the beginning, I have been raising a series of 9. I said I'm going to pose 9 questions.
Yes, yeah.
Questions which are a critique of the proposed model, blended learning model by UGC. Whatever you said, sir, in your remarks are the ones precisely the same questions that I have raised, but with this poser that without dismissing the entire model, we need to seriously consider all the repercussions. So my first question, if you were there in the beginning of my talk, the very first question that I asked was that will blended learning promote equity and access? You see, the UGC, the 3 cornerstones, the 3 pillars of higher education that the UGC defines are equity, access, and quality. Now, if blended learning has to be accessible to all, do we have the required infrastructure? I said, look at a country where we have 40,000 higher education institutions. One cannot compare, the IITs, the premier institutions such as the IITs or the IIMs or even the central universities to a university like RTM Nagpur University. Nor can we consider or nor can we compare students sitting in metropolitan cities who are probably more digital native than students, let us say, in Latur. The digital divide, what you are saying is exactly what I said, that the digital divide is so deep and so unequal that far from promoting equity and access, perhaps if we are hasty in our implementation of the blended learning model, we might do permanent damage to the future of our students. So there is absolutely no I couldn't agree more with what you said, but you merely summarized some of the talking points that are put in my talk. So anyway, so I think it's been a long day, and I suppose I'll quickly take you to a couple of other posers. These are, everything looks very good on paper, but when we try and transform it in reality, India is such a our higher education system is not a uniform system. Within the system, there are colleges and universities, as I said, which are premier institutes that are centrally funded. There are autonomous colleges and universities. There are affiliated colleges. So to implement a model in all colleges and universities across is like, as you said, to light a diya for a rainbow spectrum. So the final question is, in blended learning model, how are we going to assess student performance? I'm sure as teachers in colleges, yes, we have taken MCQs. Much MCQ pattern, MCQ online tests have become the default model of universities and colleges. Only yesterday, 2 days back, our university declared the semester results of our MA students, MA in English. And one of the students of MA English scored 396 out of 400. What is the competency? What will be the credibility? What will be the credibility of this student? Can we ever imagine? Can you ever think of an MA English student scoring 99%? What is the assessment that we are doing online? Are we equipped enough? Are our assessment or evaluation system good enough to test the higher learning or higher order learning skills of our students? I'm afraid that even the teacher community has been at fault. In the name of MCQ, what we have produced, we have dumbed down, we have diluted and dumbed down. Framing MCQ questions is not simply framing a question with 4 options. The options should be carefully selected in such a way that we test the critical reasoning or the logical reasoning skill of the student, and not simply information that they can immediately Google and find out. So it's a farce. Those who are graduating online and post-graduating online, I'm afraid to say, will be extremely ineffective teachers if they are going to take teaching as a profession. Last year, there was a report where, unfortunately, such graduates were being called COVID graduates and COVID postgraduates. At that time, I protested. But now when I see that an MA student, not one, but many of the MA students are getting 99% marks, I'm afraid this learning system, this assessment that is going on to test is not at all a test, it is a parody. So before we move to blended learning, we must ensure that our not only our teaching, but even our evaluation systems are in place. Remember, I showed you a slide on the perfect online teacher. Have we become those kind of teachers that bore our students death by PowerPoint? I've seen teachers who put the entire lesson in the form of bullet points, not even bullet points. They are like a running essay, slide after slide into 60 slides. Is this the kind of blended learning? Is this how we are going to shift to digital technology, where we simply indiscriminately put content onto our slides and bore our students to death? In our times, the most boring lectures used to be called death by chalk and talk. Are we now making a system where our students, the younger generation, are going to talk about our lectures as death by PowerPoint? Well, these are things that we need to think. So, friends, once again, I know it's late. It's almost 4 now, or rather 3. Yes, like vaccine hesitancy. Yes, there are teachers. There are many amongst us, especially the older generation, and I'm including myself in that, who are less enthusiastic about using technology. Yes, it is also true that it is only technology that has helped us in pandemic times to help our students to continue with their higher education. Had it not been for technology, our students simply would have dropped out. But we must remember that when we switch to online teaching, we must remember that we are there not simply to deliver content. Whereas technology will provide tools, apps, and platforms to facilitate learning, it is the teacher, it is we teachers who mold minds. It is we teachers who shape the character of our students. And so blended learning may provide an optimum method for combining the advantage of digital high tech, provided it is also combined with high touch. And only teachers in a physical classroom can provide high touch. Technology is high tech, but at the end of the day, it is the teacher in the classroom who provides the high touch, which is the human touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Chirde sir. Hello. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for your enlightened speech on the topic, sir. Because you have enlightened by posing various questions so far as the implementation of this blended mode of teaching and learning in Indian environment is concerned. We are facing a lot of problems so far as the digital divide is concerned. And in such kind of digital divide era, how the blended mode of teaching learning is actually possible is the basic question. And as you have posed 9 questions right from the beginning to the end of your deliberation, the answers of all these questions are not very simple. So far as the financial assistance on the part of the state as well as the central government is concerned, we have seen the budgetary provisions from the last decade. We will come to the conclusion that the budgetary provisions on higher education in general and higher education in particular is decreasing year by year. And in this critical situation, the mode that is introduced by the University Grants Commission of the blended mode of teaching learning is very difficult to implement in Indian higher education institutes as such. So thanks a lot. I'm very grateful to you on behalf of the college and the IQAC team for delivering a very enlightened speech on this topic. Thank you, sir, very much. I think if you have any question, any query on the part of the participants, 1 or 2 query or 1 or 2 questions that we will consider for a discussion. Dear participants, if you have any query, please unmute yourself and share your views or put your query so that Banerjee sir will again give you the answers of your queries. Dear participants.
They are all digitally exhausted.
No, Deshmukh sir, Hemchandra Deshmukh sir has already raised some queries and you have already satisfied to him. Another, the Habgunde sir. Hello. Habgunde
Yes,
sir. You have raised some queries when Professor Nagendra Kumar was putting his views. But due to the constraint of time, we have not taken your query. Just ask your query to Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir.
Sir, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for organizing such a nice program on such a burning issue. And I would like to thank on behalf of we participant to this respectful Prantik Banerjee sir and other speakers who have guided. My question was already answered when other participant raised some question. If we closely study, we will find that the questions raised by we people are the points we are going to discuss. They are one and the same. That's why it is like in a state of flux, right? Nobody can answer each and every question in a crystal clear manner. That's why all the questions that right, my question was regarding the equity, right? We come from such a state where we have, right, one of the point which we have come to know through this talk, that all the people who are implementing this kind of policies, they are copying Western, right? They are not aware of this ground reality, where we have many educational samrats who are not interested in spending right additional money. Gone are the days of this Rayat car, right? No people, no such people are right available to us who can care for our education. That's why people, there are institutes where faculties are asked to type their paper outside their campus. They are not ready to shoulder even the cost of typing, right? These are the issues, right? They are not ready to provide sanitizers. Then how can we expect from these people that they can provide us with this kind of laptop, right? Right, so this is going to be a really a paradise fools and that farce, as sir has rightly pointed, right? So I got all the answers. I would like to thank all the respected faculties and speakers. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm immensely happy to say that the one-day webinar on a very important topic, UGC's blended mode of teaching and learning, is quite successful, because the deliberations, right from Professor Nagendra Kumar, Dr. Divya ma'am, and recently Dr. Prantik Banerjee sirs, is quite enthusiastic, quite enlightened, and gives a new rays of hope, to the participants to pose different kind of questions related to this blended mode of teaching and learning. We, the stakeholders of higher education, must rethink about all these questions that has been posed by Divya ma'am and especially Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir. I'm very grateful to you, sir, for spending a lot of time with us, because you are busy, as the college has newly opened for this academic year, and you have shared your views with us. A lot of thanks to you. Dear participants, I'm very grateful to Honorable Principal of my college, Dr. Rao Sahib Jadhav sir, Honorable Vice Principals, Dr. B.D. Kumpalwar sir, Dr. A.N. Siddewar sir, Coordinator of Internal Quality Assurance SEN, Dr. Sachin Pawar sir, the members of IQAC, and all teaching and non-teaching staff of my college for the grand success of this one-day webinar on this important topic. I must thanks to the technical assistance of our team, Dr. Gadapwar sir and Mr. Rahul Gavarezi, for assisting technologically for the grand success of this one-day webinar. Last but not least, I must thanks to dear participants who are actively involved for hearing the deliberations of the participants right from 10:30 up to 3 o'clock. And it shows your curiosity related to the topic blended mode of teaching and learning. Finally, I will close this day with a huge thanks to all participants, and I would like to declare that we will send the feedback link on your mail ID. Those participants who have registered and attended, we will send the feedback link, and after filling of the register feedback form, as early as possible, the participation certificate of this webinar will come on your mail ID. So with this, thanks to all of you once again. Thank you very much. Kadapwar sir, close the meeting.